Beleza?
Do we have the okay from the panel?
Ok.
Okay.
Ok, então, meu bom dia a
Now,
todos.
good morning to you all here present. I hope that you had a good night's sleep from the productive day that we had yesterday. I would like to invite you all to sit
Para a gente dar
for
continuidade
us to continue
programação.
our
A gente
programming.
que
The
teve uma
programming
queda
that
hoje
had a small change due to the time yesterday.
tinha previsto fazer um
We had foreseen to do a summary of the day yesterday,
achou melhor
and then we thought it would be better to pass it
também que
to
hoje,
today,
agora pela manhã,
here in the morning.
achei que seria até bom
And it would even be great for us to
discutir
take
o
back what
programa.
we discussed
Para
yesterday.
isso eu queria convidar
For this, I would like
a
to
nossa
invite
arquiteta
our urban
Simara
architecture, Silmara
das
Vieira,
cidades para fazer
BR
um relato
Cities,
desse
to
dia
report
de ontem. Simara,
what happened yesterday. Simara, now I give you the floor.
Bom dia a
Good
todos,
morning to you all.
todos. É uma missão
A mission that
ligeira, né, de
is a little
discussão
fast
para 6
to
horas
do
da
the
tarde
summary of
e
6 hours of
discutir
discussion in
o
10,
objetivo
15
da discussão
minutes.
aqui para vocês,
Let's
mas o
try to bring you
objetivo da
here the
atividade,
objective of the
que é
activity,
a discussão
which is the
a respeito
discussion to
dos
point
potenciais de
challenges,
segurança
potentials
viária. Então, eu queria
for road safety.
partir
So we
das
focus from the panels, the
três
presentations,
painéis,
the
que é o
three
painel
panels, the panel
Penatranz,
from
o
Penatrans,
painel Gestão da
Andante,
Velocidade
and for the speed management
da
and the
informação
information management, we organized
equipamentos
what was said
institucionais,
and what I would call the
institucional,
five axes:
institucional
institutional,
e
communication slash
participação e
education,
responsabilidade social,
participation and social responsibility,
operacional e
and
financeiro.
operational and financial.
E ficou destacado que
And it
nos
was
primeiros
highlighted that in the
painéis
the
explicitou-se que a
previous speeches, it was the
mobilidade segura é um
presupposed that
componente
safe
essencial da
mobility is a basic human necessity and a component integrated with sustainability. In the organization of the information within this institutional access, once more I highlight that it's not a report, a minutes for of what happened. It's just a systematization here organized within these five axes. About the institutional part, we brought the information that dealt with norms, governance, and information. So now I read the institutional component. It was highlighted Penatrans the Dent Plan as the normative landmark for great advancement, which had a lot of coherence with what was proposed in Penatrans to reduce 50% of deaths. We highlighted the necessity of all actions to happen in a particular way. The six pillars be them governance, road safety, education, to service the victims and normatize inspection. It was highlighted as a proposal, but not explicitly, the necessity for the institution of intersectorial governance. And even if this governance can exist in such a way to make decisions based and in evidences. It was highlighted in this issue of intersectoriality to talk about road safety, to talk about the promotion of health, security measures, reduce deaths, and the occurrence of non-communicable diseases. So intersectoriality in health area and of this mobility area. We highlighted the need to have these safe structures to deal with data and the importance of interoperability between these systems. We even highlighted the need to map and understand the proposition of the data of each agent from the security area for infrastructure in the way to potentialize the instruments for collect, and then I'm going to highlight this later. So when doing this, the instruments are not connected from their initial proposition for each system. Some examples were given. We gave a highlight for the importance of continuity of the collect procedures for them to have continuity, to be dealt with, to have availability of the systematic data, and also the guarantee of the availability of this data to all those who formulate and make decisions, be it for measures that demand immediate access, like many areas of health, be it for measures that work with accumulated data later to its collection. So, but guaranteeing fundamentally the continuity as a way to substance this something that is historic and coherent that subsides the taking of decisions. So it also was highlighted to note that if there are no trustworthy data systematically organized and worked made available, we cannot measure these statistics. That's why we are talking about a fundament to reach those goals. And it was also highlighted that unified information of quality, it is an element that deals objectively with saving lives. We also presented four systems of data, one consolidated, which is the information about mortality, one about restructuring, which is RENAEST, that is in its layers of elaboration, and one incident pilot project, which is the trauma project. So RENAEST, which was reestablished by Resolution 808, has been worked on in the fourth wave with a future of data that are very qualified, which would, like what was said, to subside the evaluation and assess the planning and their propositions and assess the performance of these plannings and their proposals, highlighting that in the speech from RENAEST, it was informed that to have the need to understand an articulation in relation to the LGPD. The system of information about death rate was presented as a system that unified different modes, models of the documents that registered the deaths, declaration of deaths from the decade of 1970. They have been evolving a safe system that still have the collect of data in a non-electronic way, but that is following for a procedure of the reformatization of this data collection in the documents that do the communication with the system of information about death rates. And this within the issues connected with this with the births and deaths. So trauma project was presented as a pilot project from temporality 21-22, implanted put in 5 localities, dealing with the technology to access data fast, unified to mitigate accidents, crashes. It is a database that interacts and shares information about the services from all the systems related to the services, and that qualifies information. It is a key element for vigilance, surveillance, to be able to create a care line for patients within SUS and strengthen multi-sectorial cooperation. It was even said that health demands the fast availability of data and that this fast availability helps to have more qualified services. Project Trauma is aligned with Penatrans, what was registered here, once it deals with the standardization and qualification of data. It was even presented the part that deals with, in the project Vida no Trânsito, that does the articulation with the program both intersectorially and interfederative, gathers data and qualified information and integrates different bases of information, analyzes this data in a localized way for regions, cities, municipalities, and enables to identify risk factors, priority risk factors. It was said that about the creation of a platform within the program Vida no Trânsito to process data and generate indicators by municipality. In relation to the LGBT, we did the reflection that the LGBT cannot be a tool that inhibits the action of the state itself, but it was clarified, or at least said, that the government, as a controller of personal data, needs to be take care for the security of data and informational systems, even to the constant cyber attacks, and have an attention to the dimension of the damages that this access can cause. We highlighted the privacy of data, saying that it's more than a issue that's foreseen in law, but a fundamental right. So within the part of institutionality in relation to norms, it was brought here the information about the need to update the regulations to integrate technology and mechanisms of control and inspection of speed. Three proposals within this axis were highlighted. One was already informed, which is the creation of an instance of intersectorial governance, but also the proposal of creating a national system of information, a platform that gathers nationally the information for security in traffic, integrating the mode of the national system of traffic with all health systems, and one for information and system. My proposal at the end, even in a very fast way, so that it was important within these information systems to include data that can orient actions to help families which are impacted by the deaths and injuries in traffic. So in the communication, access, and educational, the process of communication needs to be focused in the change of vision and conduct of the population, but called for the attention the fundamental issue of understanding that behavior is the multi-determinant food, let's say. So you cannot do a communication in education if you do not understand this multifactoriality related to behavior, highlighting that speed is seen as a positive part by society that does not understand the risks associated with this speed and that has the difficulty to live with lower speeds in all aspects, both in traffic and beyond a behavior of saying someone did something wrong and to punish and instinct on the distinction of person who did the damage would be the solution. So communication and education to be elaborated with an attention to these plans that were highlighted. The need to understand in communication and education that road safety is not an attractive theme. That's why naturally it needs to be dealt with in an articulated way with other themes, environment, about the circulation of the citizen, to establish strategies of procedures that discuss the understanding of the different realities when we talk about mobility, to be able to be closer to reality and the differences in the territories, although it's not explicitly said, the reporting the that a reality that needs to be difference for class, race, differences in the territories, social, spatial, and socio-economical differences. We even highlighted the communication, that efficient communication is one that changes the standard for the demand of society. Here, there was a different approach. Instead of changing the conduct, to change the demand standard to demand with more quality the public policies. In relation to the participation and social responsibility, it was said that the need to articulate different actors, stakeholders that happen, and this needs to be deepened, the individual chain and collective chain, the involvement and responsibilization of the private sector as an important agent to take responsibilities in this mission to reduce the deaths, the participation to formulate and take decisions of the stakeholders that already have this accumulated and approximation with reality, and the usage of the evidences that already show that the change in infrastructure changes behavior. So exploring communication and education, the evidences that show this. The penultimate item, this dealt with the reconfiguration of the roads, reduce speed, having safer ways to have mobility, and that changed the priority of those who mobilize through the streets, to do the integration of states or the intervention of in a more capillarized way, going from strategic points of the city, like around schools and hospitals, and the demystification that moving into the system of speed would be a political suicide, and the experience shown by Fortaleza was highlighted as a counterpart for this way to see these intentions. And then lastly, we had last points here, which was brought here about the affiliation that they have between the private sector and the public policy. So this is important to have a convergence of these agendas in an intersectorial way, because this helps the resources, not only financial but technical ones. A proposition from the World Bank for the need to have projects ready and integrated, not punctual projects to finance for financings that talk with the different places of Penatrans. And lastly, the part of resources to increase the responsibilization of the private sector to integrate these efforts of control and save road safety. Now I finish here.
Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Silmara.
Aí você
I
pode
think this from this you can understand why we chose to have this rapporteur and why we admire the capacity, her capacity to summarize and analyze what was brought here and here that we're also going to have in the afternoon to remember that everything that Silmara said is going to be put in a document which will be made available for all of us as a follow-up of this meeting. From now, I would like to call Luiz Otávio Maciel Miranda, technical consultant from the Ministry of Health, to conduct the works for today. Luiz Otávio, please.
Bom dia.
Good morning to all of you.
Muito prazer, Paulo.
Pleasure, Paula, and other members of the panel.
Gostaria, se você me permite,
I just would like, if you allow, to have a small observation since it's good here in the second day.
aí vocês estão vendo
Here you can see a screen from the concept loot
preliminar do que será.
preliminary from what's going to be the meeting in New York.
Aí tem a programação.
Here is the preliminary program, but I would highlight for you to look later calmly how are structured in three panels the program that is there. So in the page from the presidency from the National Assembly, I would highlight this first panel. Can you go for the other screen, please?
Se você tentar baixar,
If you try to
vai aparecer.
download this, there will be another document. I don't know what happened. So the second and third panel, mainly this third panel here, which I think is interesting. This is the observance that I wanted to talk about.
Último ponto,
And the last point,
os que desejarem
those who wish to have more information about the project supported by the Fund of the United Nations, it was published 2 weeks ago, a report.
tá na página do United
It's in the page for United Nations Safety Fund, and there you can find other information, including the Brazilian project. So thank you very much.
convidamos
So we invite to continue here
a programação
the program,
painel
the panel Road Infrastructure and Land Use Planning.
a moderadora
The moderator is Paula Manuela.
Paula,
Good morning, Paula, representing the Active Mobility Manager, WRI Brazil. We have Roberto Guimarães, Secretary of Urban Mobility, City of SJ São José dos Campos, and then José Rafael Neto, Development Bank of Latin America,
online, né?
which is online. Good morning. And also Rafaela Machado, the coordinator for the program IRAP. Welcome. Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. Thank you for being here with us in this morning of Friday. This is the panel of infrastructure, road structure, infrastructure and land use planning to continue the discussions from yesterday. I am Paula Santos. I am in civil engineering, the Master of Transport Engineering, and I manage the area of active mobility from WRI Brazil. We have here, like our friend said, Paulo Roberto Guimarães, which is the Secretary of Urban Mobility and President of the National Firm of Secretaries and Public Managers for Urban Mobility, Rafaela Machado, which is the Global Coordinator from the Star Rating for School, Global IRAP, which is talking from Berlin, and José Rafael, which is the Development Bank of Latin America, Executive Director. And our role here is to talk about how road infrastructure influences in the risk of crashes, traffic crashes. So we already talked a little bit yesterday about infrastructure, and so now we thought about how to bring some focus to this panel, and we decided to focus in three main points that we believe that are the most critical in relation to infrastructure and planning for the soil use. We have three challenges, and we are going to develop this in our panel, three steps. First, we're going to talk about these challenges, which is the issue of motorcycles and the relation that they have with infrastructure in the planning of the use of soil. The second one is children and young people, which are victims of our traffic. And the third one is the issue of financing of our roads. So, to begin here, this first block of question about the challenges, I would like to ask for Paulo. Each one of them is going to have 5 minutes per question to begin, and then I would like to begin talking about Paulo for about this issue of motorcycles. I have a presentation here. Can you put here?
It's a very small slide that brings some data about motorcycle. We know that to make a difference in the users that are victims of road traffic, the motorcycle riders are almost half. And we bring here some relation of it the people that use motorcycles and motorcycles have increased in the last few years, and it follows the same line of thought. So, Paulo, what is the relation? Is this real? What, in your experience as a secretary, how does it talk about this? And what is the relation of this with the road infrastructure and land use planning? Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Today we are going to talk about infrastructure and the relation to the user with the infrastructure. We have the issue that relates a lot with the recognizing of this infrastructure. We are talking about vulnerable users. We have the pedestrians, the children are involved in this group. We have the motorcycle riders, which in great a lot of the time they are also vulnerable users. And what happens is that when we take a look at the history of the evolution, we see this graph here of how many people have motorcycles and how many people ride them. We had a great growth from 2013 to 2014 in the number of death rates. And we even had a law that was put in place, and Brazil tried since 2013. The tendency of death rates even fell. So after 2013, with the many actions that we put in, it was improved. So what happened between 2013 and 2019? So I'm giving this information on basis of a study that was given by the Road Safety Institute that shows that in this period from 2013 on, we saw a stabilization and a drop in death rates. So the general victims was reduced. It was an about 28% drop, and the victims that are related to motorcycles was of 10%. So we see a distancing even if we have a drop in victims of motorcycle riders, it was less accentuated than the general victims. So what is the picture of this? We had in 2001, for every 100 fatal victims in Brazil, we had 10 motorcycle riders. In 2019, for every 100 fatal victims, 35 are motorcycle riders. So why is this happening? What is the picture of this? We have problems. The public transport system in this period had a drop in demand, and especially from 2013 on, which is exactly this time that we're talking about, there was a change in the standards of the city's economy and the formal economy. We have the Uber drivers and the app drivers, and we had, especially in the public transport, what does this have to do with the migration to this? The data that was published show we can realize some things that catch our eye. We have in the state of Maranhão 2.7 motorcycles registered for every person with a driver's license. So Piauí also has a very relative similar number. When we go to the south of the country, this relation goes a little bit less than one. It improves a little bit. So what do we identify? We have a lot of people riding motorcycles that don't have a license on our roads. So this is point number one. Many times he doesn't have the technical development. Even if we do have a lot of problems in our licensing schools, but sometimes needs to have this to so he can uh, go to a different place. And we don't have this, we have this problem with motorcycle riders that they don't have access to this technical knowledge. And with this, we also realize that this growth in the motorcycles that are being used, it also has a relation with some economic aspects. With the public transport, it's becoming more expensive, and one of the reasons is because the systems are in a crisis. So these people that are more vulnerable from a social point of view, they access the motorcycle. Yesterday we had a presentation from the director of Detran in Pará talking about the migration from mules to motorcycles, and we have a technical aspect and we have a social aspect that is related to this. The people that are in a better relation of more vulnerability, they live in environments that try to run away from the regulations that we have. And when it goes to a public roadway, it brings this social picture of that people have from home for the lack of assistance to the public roadways. And so what happens at the end of the day? What am I saying so that we can get to the infrastructure? When we have these people that have this deficit, the social deficit of because they come from an environment that has many problems, it reflects in the public roadways. And bringing this now to the aspect of our panel, we develop infrastructure without taking into consideration this aspect. We are both engineers, and we think of the principle that people have the technical knowledge that 100% of the licensed of the people that are riding on the motorways are licensed and that they follow the rules. So we put up signs, we put signs that for this type of user it has no effect. So the new Penatrans, it brings a very important element to revert a little bit this logic, which is the concept of zero vision, which we take into consideration from the design of the infrastructure so that people can't not follow a rule or have a lack of knowledge. So when we're talking about road safety, we need to integrate all of this, and all of this is based on pillars that are interrelated. We can't work only on infrastructure if there's not a cultural evolution that goes through educational campaigns and mobilization efforts and everything that we have here in our country. So a lot of these diagnoses, Paula, is exactly because of this a little bit more, let's call it limited perspective that is too technical without taking into consideration the social aspects that are related to these types of users. So in the first moments of a diagnosis, I think that this is a good picture of what is happening. Perfect. Yes, I think it's a very good warm-up because this relation of the infrastructure with the interpretation that the user has of what we project is key in this infrastructure panel. All of this good effort and this goodwill and engineering that we bring to the roadways, many times we are frustrated because the people don't follow these rules, but sometimes they don't have the education and the instruction for this. I'm going to take a segue here to ask Rafaela that there are people that are also not instructed to follow roadway rules are children, and it's not a coincidence that the highest reason of death for children and adolescents are traffic crashes and accidents. So I want to ask Rafa how the infrastructure and the organization would have the capacity to revert this situation to protect our children from the road accidents.
A infraestrutura viária, a forma como a cidade se
Rafa,
desenvolve.
can you hear us?
Vocês me escutam?
Sim.
Uhum. Então, para iniciar, gostaria só de enfatizar que
We cannot hear Rafa. No? Oh, yes, now we can.
inicio minha fala
I will
enfatizando
start my speech highlighting the strong relation that these two elements have that Paula brought for us. And this comic is sadly very common. So as a part of our program, we had the opportunity to follow these schools in 52 countries, and that's the reality in many places. We see this vicious cycle in which the access to school is made more difficult because it's very difficult to access it for the users to get to it. So this place becomes even more hostile for the users. So we have a mobility that developed over the years in the past few decades in many places, one of them Brazil, with a dependence of this car, which is very strong. And again, because of this vicious cycle, where many times the communities have to situate themselves in locations that don't have a good access for services and attraction points in the city, and they are not attended by public transport or other types of transportation that makes people choose them. So these regions where the people are living together for a long time, even if they are not originally planned for this intense use, ends up making so that people have to move in a very long distances. And something that I find was very important in one of the panels is that many times we have measured success of our transportation system, of our mobility, based on the time of the trips without taking into consideration of how many lives we were putting in risk by offering these inferior travel times. So, as was also commented in the initial remarks about the resume from yesterday, the summary from yesterday, it is a very delicate subject to talk about. So many cities are still, they still don't want to talk about this point, but we are talking about proof and science. And one of the people that I learned, that I got to know on my journey, as he used to say, the physics is the same everywhere. So when we are talking about solutions that are really going to diminish and mitigate the number of injured and the death rates and the traffic crashes and accidents, we have to talk about innovating and ambitious solutions, like, for example, the adoption of safe speed limits, and also solutions that are inspired in locations where they work. Where so we need to see in the countries where they have achieved much better number in road safety, what did they do to get there? And we already have this information available. And in fact, the discussion today is much more advanced than I remember seeing a couple of years ago, because we needed to convince people and the cities and the people that make the decisions about the importance to approach or to make it so that the roadways are safety for vulnerable users and not only for the vehicles. And I think nowadays the discussion is fortunately going to the direction of how to identify these solutions and how can we implement these solutions, especially in a broader perspective in our cities. Perfect. I believe that yes, this discussion has advanced a lot, but I would like to know the opinion of Zé Rafael from CAFI, because the vision of the financier is, do we have money to improve this infrastructure? And I know that CAFI and the other development banks face a couple of challenges in relation to the projects that they receive. We know that in Brazil, we have more than 515,000 cities. I think that about 50 are great cities, and the most of them are small cities. And I would like to know what difficulty is given to the financier in terms of being able to support these road and planning and land use infrastructure. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to congratulate OPAS for the initiative. It's a very important initiative. And Paula, I think that we really do need to talk about this and talk about it well. So thank you very much for the opportunity to show a little bit about our work for the past 15 years in about 900 cities. We are known as the Bank of the Cities, so we really have a lot of problems in relation to this. So I would like to take a word from one of our other speakers about the problems that we have, that even though we have advanced a lot, and I agree, I worked in this for 25 years trying to convince my clients about the importance of the strategic planning for this theme. We see that this ignorance has diminished, but it's still very strong, and it's in all the levels. So I agree with the secretary in the issue of education and information, that we have to work on this user that we talked about. We started talking about users, the ignorance of the user. So I think that we need a training and a from the education from and the professionals that many times don't have this. It's not clear to them about how important it is. And when he becomes a professional in the future, for example, he doesn't give the same importance to it as do the institutions that are connected to this for many years. We had health not be connected to to roadway safety. It was only used for you to get to a place quicker, or the smaller cities, as you said, wanted to be medium sized, and the medium sized wanted to be very big, so they needed more cars. And we talked about as well the advance of the motorcycles, but this was a consequence of a public policies, a national public policies, so that people would have the right to have a vehicle, a car. Everybody was able to have a car, so it was very easy for people to get a car. There was no filter. Everybody bought a motorcycle. It was very easy to buy one. So this as well, these institutions are related to this. They also participate in the ignorance, as do the leading forces. And there we get to our subject, because even people that are not totally ignorant, they work on top of price. So if the price is less for the projects that are not up to the criteria, they also contribute so that we have these great problems of execution and of operation. And in reality, what we would really like is that the city governments have a medium long term planning. So what do we find? We always find programs and projects that come especially in a basic level where they don't have any worries about this subject. So, what have we been doing in these past few years? We have been trying to convince, because here we don't have any package of sanctions. So, we are trying to convince from the first moment with that client and with that administrator about the need and the good results that these measures bring. So when you present examples and good results, the conquest is easier, because the administrator is sees that he is going to save money. Actually, in the first moment he does have a little bit of a higher investment, but in the future he is going to save much more money than he would have had if he didn't use these protection measures. So we incorporate in this conversation many concepts: the citizen safety concept, road safety concept, gender concept, and many of these are interconnected. For example, in the case of climate change, this chapter of the environment that we also deal with together with road safety. We deal with the deal of the disoccupation of the land, and the level of how a disappropriation can, what can it bring to a neighborhood. And all of this we have to take into consideration, and we have to talk to the administrators. Of course, we're not going to say that if you don't do it, we're not going to finance this. We're not on this level yet, but we talk about it in this level. And as we talk about this, which we call the orientation, in the first moments before we make our contract formal, as he adheres to it, we incorporate it into the program. So most of our contracts nowadays, we already have in the contract in a, let's call it formal way, the observation to this concept. So I don't demand that he gives me a percentual or a quota of spots for women or genders or sexual orientation, but we put in the contract that it's important that they take a look at these concepts. Why? So we are incorporating all of these policies in a more, let's call it a friendly way. And as I said before, with the presentation of results. And what has brought this has brought these administrators to incorporate them. And we also, with a technical corporation, we implemented with the Fundação Getúlio Vargas a remote course that preferentially is for our clients, but it's an open course and it's free about road safety. We don't call in CAFE the monitoring because it still has a idea of the police and inspection and auditing. And when we talk about that, we need an opinion report about something that we already think about monitoring. So we call this document something different. And so this is something that we need in a basic and the executive level. During the execution of the project, we see the measures of protection, and many corrections are made during the execution. Because, for example, we see interconnected in something in a project, and when we go there, we see that there is a church or there is a school on the side of the road, or we have small commercial buildings, and we try to see in the executive phase of the project if we can move the roads a little bit or and eliminate this problem. If it's not possible, then we start using this equipment that brings some protection so that this population that before didn't have a road in front of their door now has one. And as I said to Secretary Rafaela, this idea of the speed limit that we have to take into consideration that the asphalt is a sign of a development and the quality of life. This is questionable. Right now, we are doing 2 roads in Bahia that are interconnected. They don't have asphalt. It's all photovoltaic lighting. So there is a tendency to accept this if you start showing results. In this case of municipalities. That's it, Paula.
Then thank you, Zé. Before, I would like to pass to a second moment of our discussion for us to talk more about the next steps, what is being done by our national policies, and what lacks for us to be able to reach these policies in our cities, for us to reach our goal of reducing the crashes. So going back to the theme of the deaths, in which we already gave a greater panorama of what this infrastructure influences the traffic crashes involving motorcyclists. Paulo, I brought here some actions. There are many, both in Penatrans and in the Don't plan. There is a goal of reducing 50% of the death of motorcyclists, and Penatrans brings some actions among them to update norms and manuals to protect this transport mean, to do the inspection of the speed. It does not talked about infrastructure a lot, but it brings some incentives for the collective transport that you were saying, which have this migration, this relation. So Penatrans brings the incentive to collective transport, capability building for the priority systems, a publicity to incentivize collective transport, many actions that pass this issue of motorcyclists and migration of the collective transport for the bikes. But I would like to know from you, what do we need to do to tangibilize these actions, if these actions are sufficient for us to reach this goal to reduce the 50% of deaths, and what are the challenges that within the cities you see as the greatest difficulties to be able to put these actions in practice. So taking a little bit from Rafa and Zé said, this graph that you showed, we have a great increase from the fleet of bikes. Not only the increase of fleet is not the one responsible for the sole responsible for the accidents that we have now. The degree of exposition is responsible, but if this fleet increases and it does not leave the home, there is no effect. What generates these risks is the element that generates this is the degree of exposure. This has been increasing at each day. So the change in economy and everything that I said in this first part generates a greater number of displacement of these motorcyclists in the city, and this comes alongside a standard for the city building in which we have been having for sectorized cities. We take Brasilia, it is a beautiful city. You look up there, it looks like a plane, a butterfly actually, but the displacement is very difficult. It's compartmentalized, so it demands great need of displacement for you to do your daily activities. What we have been trying to work on, and even giving as a suggestion for Rafael to stimulate their clients, municipalities to look for this more, a policy for traffic safety different from a urban safety, it does not work, or it's not going to be difficult to be implemented. We need to work the use of land jointly with the aspects of mobility. So what did we do? What we're trying to advance on in São José dos Campos, for example, as an effective action, we cannot deconstruct the city and build it again in the way that we imagine the ideal would be. So we need to do something kind of stimulus the diversity today. So we approved in 2018, the end of 2018, the guiding plan for the city that has a connection with the mobility plan. In 2019, the use for the solo planning. So the director, the guiding gives a direction, and the one to occupy the land gives the direction. So what were the main elements for this new legislation? The concept of centrality. So we identified in the city from the volumes of people who are going in and going out, where are the points where we need to do a stimulation, which that's why we call centrality. And from that, in the urban legislation, we stimulated the diversification of the usage, the modification of the city use. Here, the infrastructure is very difficult. For us to crash it and then build it again. So the Brazilian cities in the last decades, in general, it had a characteristic. It was built from the center, and you have the matrix church. It's going to be built from the center, and then in the last times, from the exploration, the houses were far away. So between the center of the city, where we have a concentration for the activities, mainly for employment, the services, and living, which is on the other side, we have some empty part here in the middle. This is very bad from the point of view of infrastructure, because infrastructure becomes very expensive to meet the population that is far away, which are the ones who need this infrastructure. So in our master plan, we created 3 micro zones that we established in the city, like it was 3 rings, a core and an intermediate ring, and then an external ring. What does the urban legislation talk about? It says that in the central region, which we call the macro zone of consolidation, there we have this diversification of use. The center of the city throughout the time, it starts to be degraded. In the weekend and at night, it's dead because there are no living there, because it's expensive to live there. So we have an incentive to build employments, vertical employments, because this is a place where we have the offer of public transport, where there are more people living there, so that it's easier for you to build an apartment building without the necessity of having parking lots in this region. In the intermediate region, we call the macro zone of urban structuring. So there, we built elements, tools, urban tools to facilitate the parceling of this land. So what is this? You have great areas, farms which have their placements, and these placements become infrastructure. So we bring hygiene, the road part, So they are built in this parts in infrastructure, so there it's easy to employ. The stimulus to the employment or the creation of entrepreneurship, the creation of new blocks is good. So we complement this with road structure. We built a road in there of 10 kilometers. People would look, where are we going to build this road for each 3 lanes, this space for public transport, but there is nothing there. So we built this road and now we have 17 places to be approved there in this microzone to be in this zone. So in the exterior ring, we call the macro zone for controlled urbanization. There, it is difficult to employ something there. Those who want to build something there will find difficulties. We are going to, because we are bringing the city for a more compact city. So we need to look to the policies for traffic security, road safety associated with the urban legislation, or else we won't be able to advance, and then it will be very difficult. So when the person in coffee with a project, Renato said, identifies that in that construction of the road, the security elements, but maybe they are not associated from a urban logic, a more modern one, sustainable one. So that's why I believe that this needs to advance. And as a suggestion, I think that we end up not discussing in an environment like this the issue of the land use, but it is an important element for us to give light. And even in our organization of national policy, we have a lot of difficulty because I have my national policy of urban mobility to be taken care of by the regional development ministry and the other by the Ministry of Infrastructure. Although the legislations connect to themselves, we have a procedure that is more difficult to be adopted, a conduction that is more difficult because we have two separate ministries taking care of different things. So the proximity of these policies also happens, and they need to walk together. We are discussing the new macro for the relation of the transports in the country, and this in the Ministry of Regional Development. This is further, more distant from the national policy of traffic because it has to do in this provocation about this. We need to do the stimulus of the public transport and the benefit for the road safety. So one thing is connected to another in a certain way. So I like Paula's speech and I would like to go for the efficient. And my question was, how can we work with these relationships in relation to motorcycles? And he brought this issue of working with the land. I think this is the point. So when we bring to the city these issues, the way how the cities have to put in practice really these issues, it goes through the planning of the use of land, the infrastructure, then we can do some kind of influence in these social issues that Paulo brought in a small term. So these strategies of long term are very relevant to be complemented to these actions from Penatrans, which are more specific, more modal. I would like to bring other actions for Rafa from Penatrans for us to continue this issue for the influence for land use in the reduction of accidents with young people and children. Rafa, Penatrans and the Dante plan bring two important actions. Penatrans brings the elaboration of manuals for the improvement of the roads, school roads, the capacity building and technical one about these manuals, and for CIS program for pilot projects of interventions around schools beyond the review of speed limits, adequating them to those recommended by WHO. You said that this issue of speed has a great influence in the deaths of children and young people, and the Dante plan brings a action very related to this, which is of advocacy in the Ministry of Health alongside the other ministry. We bridge this issue of governance between the ministries that Paulo was talking about to together advocate for the access to the city. I think that nowadays people that have less access to the city are our children because they have no autonomy. No parent would let their children to walk by themselves in the streets, I don't know, before a certain age. So, half I would like to know why these actions are good and how do we make them real in our cities? Well, like I was saying in my first answer, I believe that we advanced a little bit in bringing innovative concepts, but we are still in the phase of implementation and executing these actions. A little bit of some and the other. There is this issue of not being able to have a financing to not align the parts of the procedure, but it is already a good step that these elements are being put in both plans. So to talk about security, particularly for children around schools, is fundamental. We want to talk about protecting our children to guarantee the access to education. Access to school is nothing more than this. And as you said, the access to the city in a general way to make children to live the city in a safest and more adequate way. There are some issues that are more technical, which are more important for us to talk about when we are dealing of safety in school zones. One of the elements and the concepts that is always important to say is to talk about in school area and not only of the streets where you go to the school, because most of the times you talk about building a safe infrastructure, but you're already in the gate of the school. When we go to see how the children reach there, most of the time they come from other regions, they need to walk long paths, they need to take a collect an urban transport, and their route starts to go through many points that are very dangerous and that most of the time are not addressed when we talk about in guaranteeing these safety zones. So, like Paulo was saying, the exposure is a very important element for us to understand, mainly if we need to prioritize places in the context that we will not be able to do all the points at the same time. We need to understand what are those guys, that routes that are making that number of users, vulnerable users, are exposed every day, and prioritize these points, which are those who are going to make us to maximize our results and optimize our efforts to give a safe road structure. And this discussion, this theme of the safe system brings more interesting components for this discussion. So beyond the emphasis that we give to the speed, so there is this global calling of many stakeholders, organizations, communities, civil society, demanding the speed limit and safe speeds in places like, for example, around schools where we have a lot of people walking, so it would be of 30 kilometers per hour. And beyond that, to address road safety from other elements that we did not prioritize for a long time. For a long time, road safety for children, for in relation to schools, was always towards education. So to change the behavior, make children know how to behave in a safe way, to walk in the crosswalk, look to both sides. But what we did not work on for a long time, and now we have the opportunity to reverse, is to make the child to be taught to go in the right path at the same time, to have an adequate cross for them. So we did these 2 points were not walking side by side for a long time. So to make that, we have campaigns of teaching, we have educational activities, we have the school community not only be informed, but be a part of this procedure, to be able to offer their comments, their perceptions, to support the actions, and beyond that, to make our infrastructure to be in fact adequate for this safer use. So it is important to make the roads, not only the school gate, to be safer and guarantee safety, both in the point of view of infrastructure, but also in these other components that can be addressed as with campaigns and education. Okay, now we add another actor here, like we were talking about planning, traffic, health, and now even education needs to be aligned with all of these strategies. You see that we are talking about infrastructures of land, we are aggregating so many actors that need to collaborate to participate in these initiatives. And talking about education, Zé, I think that there are some actions from Penatrans that I would like for you to comment on, which have a lot of relation with this issue of training, capacity building of municipalities to develop projects, more qualified projects, and to be able to have a financing in a more effective way. So Penatrans foresees the elaboration of a capacity building and manuals in the auditing of road safety in complete roads, moderation means, and also in school areas. What do you think that these actions bring as a benefit, and how do you think that, which actions do you think that are necessary to really be able to change this dynamic of development of projects in Brazilian cities?
Great. I think it's very good. I'm very happy with this type of initiative. And accepting a little bit the provocation of the ideas of the secretary, that we work on top of these instruments of formal and non-formal operations, we always try to see that how it is inserted. We always question any type of road project that is not foreseen in our plan, in our mobility plan, or even in the master plan. And many times we are financing. I can even tell you that 60% of the clients that we finance the updating of these instruments so that we can be conscious that we are doing something that is not in the head of, in the mind of administrator, but it comes from a scientific document. So I think, Paula, that it's very honorable, this type of initiative, but if you don't have an instrument that creates a certain obligation, this is not going to be followed. So this is very interesting in our forums, in the documents, but in the day-to-day basis, as we talked about, even the formal instruments that have a legislation behind them, they don't get the right attention. Nobody can say that we follow these plans as we exactly as we can't say that these plans bring the desired road safety, as it cannot be guaranteed that these manuals will be used, right? These criteria will be adopted. This nowadays works with education, as Rafaela said. I even suggested in the beginning about the education of the person. This is very important in the basic education, these concepts, and if you grow up with this information, but that these instruments, if you don't have a sanctioning instrument or some obligation to, so it is followed, it becomes very vulnerable. So of course there it's possible, and there's a tendency, as I said, when you show people results, they like to adhere, but it doesn't guarantee, just because they exist, that in the future we are going to have a citizen that is safe. It doesn't guarantee this, but I think that is a good start. I think it's very interesting to diminish and mitigate this lack of knowledge that is not something deliberate. It's just because of the structure of our education. So the tendency is that if they have the access, if the people have access to information, it will spread and it will probably be incorporated, but it can be a slow process as well. I believe that we could have this with something a little bit stronger, something that really would make the person responsible for these structures and projects, the entities and the councils of architecture and engineering, everything that gives the authorization for the people to elaborate the projects. This should all be foreseen so that you don't have an opportunity for a project without these types of information. My line of thought is this, and I am totally in favor of education. And you said very well that we see many other sectors that are connected, right? And I think that this is the richness of this discussion, to see beyond traffic just by itself. So we already went from speed, now we're already at education, We want to take this safety to the citizen. And we also see, Paula and Rafaela, that there are many initiatives, as you already said, like, for example, with the government of Fortaleza. When we got there, they already had a lot more information and ideas, and many things were more formal of the innovative process than we had thought. For us, it was a very happy meeting because we went to finance many things that we believed that is interesting, and they already had this information. So there are already also many initiatives from the local governments themselves that are already advanced in the process. Not to say that nobody does this, because a lot of people do. Thank you very much. Oh, very good. So in this speech from Zé Rafael, we would like to add some more spheres. Think it would be important to highlight the need that we have to make governance of land use and infrastructure. I know we're talking about this, and we talked a little bit about education, and now Zé talked about the professional councils and how important it is to involve them in our initiatives to try to change the road infrastructure and land use planning in our cities. To finish our debate, I would like to ask the three panelists a question, which is the following. Imagine that you are a part of the council of a team that's going to represent Brazil in the UN Special Council, and in terms of road planning and infrastructure and land use planning, cannot be what has to be on the document to talk about, and what is the priority to debate to put us to our goals of 2030? Can we start with Paulo? Quite a question. Very challenging. From an infrastructure perspective, I think something that we cannot lack in the debate is something that we talked about a couple of minutes ago, is the integration from the urban infrastructure and the road safety plannings. I think we need to come back from this meeting in New York with having this very well exposed and well absorbed by all those that make the decisions and then afterward execute the operations. I think that the main part that we have to take into consideration to face this challenge, I think that if I were Brazil, I don't know if that's possible, but if I were Brazil, I would have to take the commitment. First, I would have to stop looking back. We can't just cry over spilled milk. I would have to say that even though this subject came from 2009, 2009, and then Penatrans was only discussed in 2017, and then we only updated it in 2020, we already have a plan to follow. So I would stop looking back. I would look to the future, and I would take a look at the commitment that Brazil has to take. First, we need to recognize that this really is a problem, because many times I feel like, even though we are talking about this with many in a very qualified environment, many times this seems something that people just talk about. But we really have to recognize that this is a problem. We have to make the society sensible to these problems, because it's something that happens to us and beside us and with our families. So this is my first point. We have to really recognize the problem and that this problem needs to be faced. My second point is that we have to take the commitment that we are going to the end, independently of any change in government or anything that might happen. We have to follow until 2030 firmly our objective, which is to bring a quality of life and the preservation of lives to our population. So I think that Brazil's commitment has to be focused on, with these two concepts in mind, the recognizing of the problem and to assume the responsibility for the solution of these, to bring this problem and this result to an end, even though we might change uh, governments and ideas about infrastructure. So I think this would be my recommendation as a counselor from this committee. Excellent, very good. Let's go to the opinion now for Councillor Rafa. So, Councillor Rafa would like to talk that the actions to be taken in Brazil need to take into consideration and be inspired by the global decade plan that includes all the components that we talked about that are fundamental and we talk about infrastructure and speed limits. So all our actions have to be very coordinated so that the community, the international road safety community is showing us are the most adequate solutions and change the way that we approach safety on the roads, because if we want to have different results, we need to change our actions. And I would also say that to establish and to seek to reach goals that are very ambitious in terms of infrastructure. So we included, for example, the pilot plan, which is a very important process to engage the community and partners. But we are talking about a country where almost the equivalent of one airplane of people die every year in road traffic. So that we have the impact of the actions that we hope for, we have to be very ambitious with what we want to achieve in infrastructure that we are providing for the users of roads, especially for children and young people. And so we need to identify what the objectives are that we want to reach. And just to cite an example from IRAP, a project that we've been working on with Benici, when talking about federal roadways, they are we are already evaluating 60,000 kilometers in infrastructure to identify what the improvements are that we need to do. But now is the time for us to create five-star cities for our roadway users so that all the school routes and the entire city is a five-star environment for our roadway users. So it's an adequate environment adopting the best practices and the solutions of roadway infrastructure and things that respect the vulnerability of these roadway users. Perfect. And what is the opinion of the counselor, Zé Rafael? Oh, there, I don't even know if I would accept this position because it's a lot of responsibility. But I think I agree with everything that Paulo and Rafaela said. And I think that just to add to what Paulo said, I think we need to take it seriously. And I think that this has to be transferred through the documents that are being elaborated. These documents have to have a stronger position in our society, not only as an orienting mark, but a legislative mark and something, let's say, something that brings some obligation. Unfortunately, we still work on this level. We are talking about a continental country where the problems are huge. The scale is gigantic. So I think that we have to have an action. I agree with Rafael and Paulo that are aggressive measures and strong measures, and to achieve these measures, mechanisms that bring to that, because just the manual, unfortunately, is not going to bring us to that. Let's say that some norms where you don't have any sanctions if you follow it or you don't, if it looks good or doesn't look good, depending on where you are, this would not would not lead to the following of these norms. So I think that if you don't have the idea of the determination or the deliberation that this event would have, but I would use what we already have to implement in a, I would call it, a stronger way, so that it really is effective and efficient to guarantee. And to guarantee these, how would I guarantee the participation of all these actors and stakeholders of the academy and the instruction of the classes and health, because health is a gigantic net, education is a gigantic area, and the state and federal governments have links with all this educational cycle that goes from the district to the local government to the federal government. So I think all of these stakeholders, as we said, of many associations, they could be in a great connection and talking about these matters and getting to know and showing good practices for those people, that to convince people to show that this is important. And to parallel to this, we need the formalization of this documentation that is being created for to reach these objectives that Rafaela put up, and I think this would be very interesting. So what I would propose, apart from what was already proposed, is a discussion in a great network of these stakeholders that are directly linked to the theme of how to get and how to reach this goal that Brazil needs, taking it very seriously, as Paul said, because the subject is serious. The deaths are real. People are suffering with this, and we can't see a horizon of improvement of this. Who is going to guarantee that this is going to improve? What am I doing, and what is my part that I play in this story? So here in the bank, we try to convince people about this, but of course, I work with this entire plan, which nowadays sadly isn't working completely. So my idea would be this great network to discuss and to get to this optimal solution. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Zé. I think our panelists already talked a bit about a summary of what we discussed here, but if I could just make another quick summary, I think that in terms of planning for land use and road infrastructure, we talked about the importance of the integration of the land to prioritize this subject in this planning sphere of road infrastructure and to align our goals and our global plan initiatives that include infrastructure actions and speed limits. They are very important, not only in education, and we need to have ambitious goals and action goals to achieve these goals. So, and then legislation, talking about legislation, we are already bringing a different group of people that have to be part of this discussion and the network of stakeholders. So I think that this makes it very clear that we need to talk more with our peers and that our goals really need to have action plans so that we can reach this goal on a short-term basis. I thank you very much for the opportunity to be here talking to everyone here. Thank you very much to Paulo, Zé Rafael, and Rafaela, and a good day for everyone. Paula, thank you very much. Excuse me, wanted to talk to Rafaela. Even talking about the importance of the subject, could I ask you maybe just one or two questions? I know that there is a time zone difference. Yes, of course. If anybody has any remark. No? Okay, so you may continue and finish the first panel.
Muito obrigado, Paula. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Paulo. Thank you very much, everyone here. It was a very interesting subject, something that was a focus in the global discussion.
Vamos dar continuidade.
Let's continue now. I would like to thank everyone.
Dando continuidade
And continuing to our program, we are going to now have the experience, the good practices 3. Yesterday we had 2, now we're going to have the practices that you see in your programming.
para isso, a gente
For this, we would like to call Marcela Lais, who is the coordinator of planning
o controle da Senatran
from Senatran, to moderate
essa mesa
this panel
com a experiência
that will count on the experience in practices of 3 great initiatives in Brazil for road safety from Bloomberg,
que representa
which represents
atuando juntamente com
here that will be coming together with Becky.
aí a Beck está, né?
Becky, is Becky here? Yes, she's here.
Por favor.
Please.
Por favor, fique à vontade.
Okay, well, the floor is yours. Well, good morning, everyone. We are going to start now, as Luis Otávio said, our Good Practices 3, which is talking a little bit about the Bloomberg Initiative here in Brazil. We have 2 panelists that will be with us online, and the objective of this practice is to show a little bit more about the work of the initiative. We talked a lot about the Bloomberg Initiative these days, so now is the goal and opportunity to answer any questions and to know more about this great work that the initiative makes in the national and also in the city ambit. Yesterday we had the case of Fortaleza, which is a city that is supported by the initiative, as well as others that Becky and Danchi will talk about later. So I will invite here to open this one, Becky. So Becky Bevinger works in the Public Health Association for Bloomberg Philanthropists, where in the initiative they try to diminish the use of tobacco and to help for road safety and reproductive and maternal issues, and the initiative to prevent drownings. We see that it's a very vast curriculum from Becky, and before giving the word to her, I would like to thank everyone here and all the support from the Bloomberg Initiative in the updating of Renatrans. So last year, Senatran updated the plan, and we counted on this very valuable help of the initiative through a technical cooperation that we affirmed with WRI Brazil, where it was able to review this plan with through many organizations, not only Senatran, but also Bloomberg by its specialists that were present in the plan. We also had Danche and Bruno that is with us here, Eduardo that presented yesterday, and other great collaborators. And of course, as well as our secretary said yesterday, we had many specialists on the national, municipal and state level. So I would like to thank Becky, and I would like to give the floor to her so that she can make her opening remarks.
Obrigada. Marcela, thank you so much for having me on the panel, and bom dia a todos. So good morning. If you need a moment to put your headset on, please do, because I will speak in English. So as Marcela said, I'm from the public health department within Bloomberg Philanthropies. And so when we come to the issue of road safety, we come from a health lens. Obviously, this topic is multi-sectoral, so we need to work across different types of institutions, engineering, communications, data. But just so you know, we approach it from a public health perspective. One of the gentlemen yesterday, I believe from the enforcement panel, was talking about tobacco control and how his children don't have that danger because so much work has been done to shift the culture and the mindset so that tobacco is no longer a normal social thing to do. And what Brazil is one of the countries that we have been partnering with in our tobacco control program since 2007. And it does take continued media campaigns, continued policies and updates, continued tax increases to see that culture shift in tobacco. Likewise, in road safety, we believe that this takes a continued effort of the different strategies, from enhancing your data to educating the public through evidence-based campaigns, to enhancing your enforcement, again, using data to drive the enforcement, building a safe system through the infrastructure works, and evaluating everything. We know a lot of governments that we're working with don't have unlimited budgets. They have very small budgets. So when we work with them, we tell them you have to use data to prioritize where you're putting your money. And often there is a budget within a city. There is an engineering budget, or there isn't a budget for the police. And it's about using those resources smarter and more effectively. So I'm not going to get into too much of the details of the initiative because Danchi will be doing this. I'll just note that Bloomberg Philanthropies has been investing in road safety since 2007. We have always partnered with the World Health Organization, and so we're very pleased to be here today at their office in Brasilia. They really set the gold standard for best practice, and so we always encourage governments to aim to reach all of the recommendations that WHO puts forward. They have developed their status report now has an application for your mobile phone. I encourage all of you to use that frequently. I left my phone at my seat, but you can see all the country information. And again, we always ask our government partners, please use the data within this report, please use the data you have available to prioritize your interventions. We first started on only working on policy strengthening with the World Health Organization. Then in 2009, we expanded to work at a subnational level on implementation. And so from 2010 to 2014, we were working in 10 countries that accounted for half of the world's burden, half of the fatalities in the world. Oh, thank you. And then we had great success. And in 2015, we started working at a city level. And the reason we did this is that Mike Bloomberg was a mayor of New York City. And he often says that Congress, national parliaments can take such a long time to make changes, but a mayor can make change overnight. And the citizens that live in a city, they know where the mayor lives. They can go to his or her door, knock on the door and say, I want this fixed. And the mayor is very accountable to the people of the city. So we decided to enroll 10 cities in that phase of the initiative from 2015 to 2019. And we had great success. And in 2018, we evaluated all of our work and we found that our investment had saved over 311,000 lives and prevented up to 11 million injuries. So when we presented to Mike Bloomberg and to our board those results, and we showed them the investments that governments were making in this, they decided to recommit. So we're now in this current 6-year phase of our initiative. It goes until 2025. So we started in this phase in 2020, which coincided nicely with the second decade of action. So we'll be working through 2025 in our cities and at the national level. We have 15 countries that we're now working in. Brazil is one of them. And we have 28 cities. 4 of those cities are in Brazil. So we're really excited because Brazil is one of the countries, it's the only country that has that many cities. And that's because the cities here are so eager for change. I think because of the lessons from Fortaleza, a lot of cities were very eager to be a part of our network and learn from each other and share the lessons. So we're actually very excited about Brazil. We think that you're really on the cusp of starting to turn the trend down. And all the work that Senatran has done to update the Penatrans, if it can get implemented, we really think there's potential to achieve the target of a 50% reduction. We're thrilled to participate and to partner with the government. So I'll leave my remarks there because Danchi is going to give a better overview, and then we're happy to answer questions.
Obrigada.
Thank you very much, Becky. And I highlighting also what our secretary said yesterday. The mission now is to implement Penetrans, and Penetrans is already going in the sense that thanks to the involvement of all this integration that we are having among all the bodies, would be of traffic, federal ones. This is allowing that Penetrans, in fact, leaves the paper and be put in practice. So Bloomberg brings this view of saving lives, like Becky said. I think that this is better for us to see the life expectation of saved lives than to count the death rates. So now passing to Dante, and before I forgot to mention a specialist that helped us a lot and is helping in the review of Penetrans, which is Paula, which was here moderating the previous panel. So now I invite Dante, which is the regional coordinator of road safety for vital strategies and is responsible to follow the Bloomberg initiative in Brazil. Dante is going to deal with the acting for the initiative in Brazil in a national level and a city level. Ms. Dante, thank you very much, Marcela. Good morning to you all who are here and online. So it was a pleasure to be here to participating in this event. I hope that I can contribute to the discussions and bring a little bit of the experience and of the Bloomberg initiative in a national level so that this experience can contribute to the discussions to strengthen the policy of road safety in Brazil. So well, I'm going to talk about the experience, how the Bloomberg Initiative acts in a national level to strengthen the national policy of traffic and also in the city level. Many people that look for us to try to understand how this initiative works. I hope that I can present part of this work that the Bloomberg Initiative has many arms, let's say, of acting, and I'm going to present part of this work. Well, in fact, what the Bloomberg Initiative what is it for road safety? So the Bloomberg Initiative is the one financed, like Becky said, by Bloomberg Philanthropies, which is an institution that was founded by Malcolm Bloomberg, this mayor from New York. He's an entrepreneur, and now he's the global ambassador for WHO for non-communicable diseases. And within Bloomberg, there are many acting areas. One of them is public health, and this initiative is part of one of these programs of public health developed by the institution. Like Becky said, we already have a time that the institution has been working on this theme. In 2010, we began the road safety encounters, and Brazil was part of one of these 10 countries. This is where this was the embryo, the seed that was planted for the project PDT, which was a success, national success case. Brazil received this support in 2010 until 2014, and then in the second phase for the support with the institution, in 2015, 2019, we stayed with 10 cities, like Becky said, and here in Brazil, Fortaleza and São Paulo received the support. So Fortaleza is no longer part of the initiative, but it received the support during these years, and it was very important for the city to be able to consolidate its policy of sustainable mobility and road safety. And now the initiative is in this phase, which goes until 2025, amplifying its acting. Now we have the objectives here of the initiative. It's obvious, but to reduce the fatalities and injuries in traffic, but we focus in low income and average income countries like Brazil, and they do it by strengthening public policies, changing behavior, promoting safe infrastructure, sustainable transport, and improving the vehicle specification. And in this role, the focus will be acting in 15 countries and 30 cities like we have in this map. We know here where the program is acting. We can notice that basically Latin America, Africa, and Asia, we are considered in the countries of low and average income. Here in Brazil, we have the acting. We worked in Recife, Salvador, Sao Paulo, capital, and Campinas, and also we have acting in a state level. But we also have this acting in a national level, which is the support that we are giving to Senatran in the review of Penatrans and to the disclosure and monitoring of the plan. In a national level, our work consists in, as was said before, in the review from Penatrans. We did this work last year, and now we focus on the disclosure of the plan. The plan cannot stay there in the desk. People need to know it, and we have been supporting Senatran with this, and we are also helping the monitoring and the implementation of this plan. This is a work being done in coordination by Vital Strategies and WRI, which are the partners for this initiative, which is a team formed by me, Paula, and Andressa, and we are helping Senatran. And when necessary, we call other partners for the initiative to gather in this procedure like we did in the review. We were able to bring all of the partners that worked here in Brazil to help in basically all of the 6 pillars. We were able to act in them and help somehow in the review. In relation to the disclosure of Penatrans, we have been supporting the development of the panel Penatrans. It was launched in the end of May. It was the yellow May. The objective of the panel was to help the access to the plan. The plan is very big. So for us, for the society to know this plan, it's important for us to make available these tools available. So it allows to facilitate the identification of the responsibilities of all the active stakeholders involved in the plan, allows to share this and engage society, for the society to know the plans, the indicators, the goals, to ask the managers, to demand from them, so that they fulfill what is there in the plan. So in this panel, you can navigate through the plan, through the 6 pillars. We have 154 actions and almost 300 panels, so we have projects, so we have a difficulty to know this, so you can access the website through this QR code. I took the idea from Fortaleza to put the QR code to make it easier, and then you can access the panel. We have here some screens just to illustrate, so just to give transparency also in helping this disclosure of the plan, and I hope that we can reach this objective. So we have been helping in the monitoring from Penatrans. Like I said, the thematic chamber CTP-NAT was created with 34 members, 19 from the society to monitor the progress of the plan, and we are giving technical assistance to be able to define the work method and management of this thematic chamber. So beyond that, we have 17 work groups. Each unit of the federation has a work group, and we are helping Sinatran to do this monitoring. It would be a challenging work, but I hope that we are able to have a success, that Sinatran can have a success. We continue to support the monitoring of Penatrans from the moment that there is the idea to improve the panel. Now the panel is serving basically to consult the plan, but later it will serve so that the organizations have the responsibility in the plan, report to Senatran what they have been doing in the plan, the actions they have been implementing. So we hope to support this second phase of the panel that is foreseen for the second semester of 2022, and will be obviously very important to help in the monitoring, because you're going to know what is happening, to compare and follow up what's the state, the city that is more advanced, the one that is going later, and then yeah, it's going to be good. So we are also supporting the implementation of Penatrans. This activity is being coordinated and executed by the WRI, and here I highlight 3 of these actions that are being developed, which are basically the development of manuals: manual of moderation of traffic, the one for complete streets, and the one for safety in school areas. I think that first of them we are going to release is the complete streets, which I think it's going to be concluded soon. So this is what we have been working on since last year with Senatran to support this, the disclosure and the monitoring and implementation of the plan. So talking about city and region, Dante, just a little second here. You talk about Penatrans. I still want to make a lot of questions. Just a key question here before you continue. Do you think that it is possible to implement the actions from Penatrans in the cities? And if yes, which are the main results that you expect with the initiative Bloomberg in a city level that you act, and if these results can be replicated later for the other cities? Okay, so Penatrans brings already these attributions to many entities, and the bodies and managers have their attributions. They're very clear. Since we are acting in a city level, our acting is aligned with the principles that Penatrans brings based on safe systems. Most of the actions that we work on in a certain way are represented there in the plan. That is to improve. Later, I'm going to explain how it works better, but this acting is aligned with the pillars, some of the pillars that we have in the plan, and we can encourage cities so that they can follow this path. And naturally, I think that they end up being able to fulfill their goals in Penatrans, because our new work is aligned with what is put there. So this is a challenge for cities. It will be one in general, because they need to have a capacity building to execute what is there in Penetrance. But I believe that we are going to have great success in this path, and I hope that the cities that we are acting on will be a reference for other cities and can inspire others. Like Becky said, the acting in a city level, we can have a faster result, and then we have a limited resource, but we choose key cities that can serve as an example for other cities in the region, like Fortaleza, and now the case that we hope from Recife, Salvador, Campinas, and also Sao Paulo. And so how I'm going to dedicate more time to this part of cities, which is our acting that is more complex, but basically our support is giving technical assistance for these cities, from the continuous follow-up and training of the actions, but also a support to the implementation of some projects. And this as technical assistance delivers cities through the means of specialized actions that are available for the cities, each one with their expertise, their acting access, I'm going to explain later, and also of a team that is dedicated exclusively to cities, like we call the meta staff, as a consultant, residents that are integrated, that are part of the technical team for the mayor. They are they help to develop the works under the management of those partners. And what are the main gains for the city? So the increase of the technical capacity with local and international consultants, training with technical locals, with the best practices, the support of implementation of the projects, and also support to put the team in security and the agenda of the city. So to employ this as a policy and then give a scale to it. So then later we support the develop actions to put the theme of road safety in the agenda of the city. We talked about this, about the importance of society to understand the size of the problem of the deaths of people who are injured in traffic. We work alongside the advisory of communication to strengthen this for this to happen.
And with that, we are able to get something positive that is a security management culture in this city. We are able to make it so that the safety in road traffic is a priority, and it becomes a part of one of the priority in the agenda of the agencies. And then the cities, something very positive. Then the regions, they are part of a global net of strategic partners that have the access to the best practices. I know that the pandemic was a little bit of a setback here, but I hope that now we can do this with a little bit more with our presential courses that we want to promote. And the acting of these partners, we have four acting axes. The first and areas. The first one is infrastructure and safe mobility. How can the cities be designed to protect the more vulnerable users? How can we promote more sustainable and safe cities? The second one is the area of communication and campaign, where it focuses on dealing with the behavior of the user, but as well to put the theme of the road safety on the agenda. And the third one is the monitoring one, which sums up with the communication and campaign area to promote this change in behavior. And in the end, but not last but not least, maybe the most important one is the pillar of data and evaluations, where we help the cities to strengthen their monitoring systems so that they can help and direction all the public policies and to promote the monitoring of these public policies. This is something that we are able to get to the results that we want. And in each of these areas, we have partners that is dedicated to follow this work. For the infrastructure, we have the judiciary. Here in Brazil, it's in Salvador, in Bahia, and the Vital Strategies, where I work, which is in charge of communication and campaign. And for Go and ACP, we have who works here in Brazil is only ASAP for the monitoring, and in the data and evaluation, we have John Hopkins University and the Vital Strategies. And as I said, beyond these organizations, we have a local staff that is dedicated to each city, and Vital Strategies does this following of the project. So my role here in Brazil nowadays is to coordinate this and to make it so that to facilitate so that all these things happen here in Brazil. I do this. I follow these policies on a national level. And here are the priority themes that we talk about is the safe speed that you heard yesterday in Becky's speech, and we would like to reinforce. We work a lot about this in the cities and about the readequation of the speed limits, not only changing them, but also promoting design that makes people incentivates safe behavior, but also to when we're talking about the communication sector and when we're talking about vulnerable users, pedestrians and motorcyclists, as we know, they are the main victims here in Brazil. Basically, in the city, we work with motorcyclists specifically, but also the pedestrians. But we always say that motorcyclists are the main focus that we have of the users. And we also work in this change in the paradigm from society, from the old model. We have to change from a model that's focused on the automobile, we have to change to a model that's focused on the people, which is a model that is not only sustainable, but also safe. Well, now I'm going to talk a little bit about some examples of good practices that we have identified that could help the companies to execute. Fortaleza already presented a couple of things yesterday, but I'm going to highlight some things that Fortaleza was able to achieve. They were able to develop in all the areas to create policies in road safety in a very integrated way, and the results are showing. which is the curve of the death rate in traffic, is dropping since 2014. We had a very high expectation of what was going to happen in 2022 because the city had been it had been getting more difficult to achieve success in this situation, but in 2021 we actually were able to achieve this, and so this reduction was a fruit of the administration and the management policies that the city implemented. It started in 2018 to work with making the speed limits adequate in many of the arterial places, but now we're also doing it in the main areas. In 2018, it started as a pilot, and it was very difficult to work, and it's very difficult to convince the population, but nowadays we have already 156 kilometers of arterial roadways with this adequation of speed limits. And what are we doing? We are making this we are putting these speed limits to what the good practices recommend, which means that in urban areas it shouldn't be above 50 kilometers per hour, and in roadways where the interaction with the vulnerable users exists, it should also be below 30 kilometers an hour. And the city was also able to achieve that reduction of almost 65% of lethality in these situations, and it's important to talk about the importance that the roads that got these measures and the ones that didn't get it. It was a very robust analysis that could prove the success of these measures that people abroad always said and experiences told us, but now we have a consolidated national experience that I hope would help us to inspire other cities as well. The city also advanced a lot in our cycleways, not only in the numbers, but in the quality of them. And in the realization and execution of these, I really like this picture because it shows that if you develop safe infrastructure for the elderly and children, it shows that you have reached success. If it's attracting this type of users, it really shows that this is a safe infrastructure for everyone. And the city went from 2013 to 2022, almost 411 kilometers of infrastructure. And because it's a maintenance challenge, as this network grows, the maintenance challenge also grows. And we were able to grow it by 6%, and nowadays almost 50% of the population lives close to some sort of infrastructure. And we monitor this here in Brazil with an agency, and in Fortaleza, it's a city that has the highest number of people that live close to cycleways. I think that nationally it's about 35%, and Fortaleza is really a highlight in this area. And as was said yesterday, the city recently, and they are almost approving its traffic safety plan. We could as well evaluate this plan. It was a seed that we planted in 2017 that finally is going to be created. It's based on the safety security, on the traffic security plans. I think that this is a very important step for us to continue to lower this curve. And now let's talk a little bit about Salvador. I'm not going to be able to talk about all the cities and all the relations and projects that the cities are developing, but I'm going to highlight Salvador because it has evolved a lot in the mass campaign areas. I'm going to show a couple of videos that the cities are putting up that shows a little bit of how we act in the city and how we develop our work. This is a campaign that is from 2021 in the Yellow May with a focus on on excessive speed. In the context of the pandemic, you're going to see why the pandemic was important in this case.
Excesso de velocidade. São fatais. Os acidentes podem causar lesões graves. A cada 10 acidentes de trânsito, 6 envolvem motociclistas. Esse dado, alarmante por si só, se torna ainda mais preocupante nesse momento de pandemia com as UTIs lotadas. Motociclista, proteja a sua vida. Reduza a velocidade.
Well, this is a campaign focused on the consequence of you exceeding the speed limit. And it's very clear that if you exceed the speed limit in this context, it was that the hospitals were already full with people that are victims from the COVID-19. And so the appeal to motorcycle riders to avoid this exposure, to not make it so that they have too many patients in the hospitals. And so we make tests of messages to see if this message is going to be effective for the target audience that we want to uh, reach. And we also make analysis after the campaign to see the impact that this campaign had and what we need to adjust for the next campaign. So in this analysis, I'm going to bring a couple of numbers. 91% of people that remembered the campaign, they understood the consequences of not respecting the speed limit. It showed that it had a very clear message. 69% of the people that remembered the campaign were more worried in relation to the speeds, to the excessive speed, which is very important. And 49% tried to persuade others to respect speed limits. So half the people tried to talk to other people to make them avoid disrespecting the speed limits. And we had a recall of 33%, so 1/3 of the population remembered the campaign and they saw the campaign, which means 750,000 people. And so this talking about the 50% that try to persuade other people, it's as if we're bringing 375,000 people that are trying to advocate with their family to try to avoid this excessive speed limits, which shows the importance of this mission. And their communication works together with inspection and monitoring, where everything that we have in monitoring brings the message of the campaign that is being shown on TV to really give this effect of dissuasion, this combined effect to give a scale of the behavior change. And in the same time, the city had a monthly counter of traffic crashes. Every month, the city updated these numbers, and it was a very interesting way to call the attention for the media and the population. Every month, the media was asking, wanting to know, when is this number going to be updated? It was last year until December. And now we're in Salvador with the Secretary Marcos Passos, and he asked, what is that the media is asking of us when we are going to update this panel. So it really shows that when you expose the problem to the media and to the society, it starts to understand the importance of this. It starts to ask for this from the manager. And so this is the objective that we achieved with this panel. And then now in 2020, excuse me, we had a campaign focusing as well with excessive speeding of motorcyclists. As I said, they are together with the most vulnerable users, and we work a lot with this.
Quanto mais velocidade, mais risco. Consequências graves. Respeite o limite de velocidade.
O vídeo tá em inglês, mas
Video
transmitido com os legendas.
is in English, so it was obviously with the subtitle is in Portuguese. We still don't have everything, all the results from this campaign because it's very recent, but I think we're going to have a very good result because the city really invested in spreading this campaign. Now let's talk a little bit about Recife because we're already getting out of time. The city is really highlighting these tactical usage of these redesigns. We have 41 redesigns and they were implemented since 2019. And it's very interesting that in 2019, they started to implement this type of intervention that was inspired by the work that they saw in Fortaleza. Recife visited Fortaleza and brought the experience to them. And it shows that we can reach success to use these cities as a reference for another one. And so even before this initiative, we started to create this action. And when we got there, we were able to help them in the terms of scale that to reach all the areas in the city. We have a couple of pictures of these interventions. We are advancing quite a lot. I'm going to highlight one of them, which was an intervention on the Rua da Paula, on the street of da Paula, which is a very commercial street. It's a commercial center where 80% of the users are pedestrians, but 80% of the area was for cars. So the project changed this priority, giving more space to the pedestrians. So here we collected already some very important information. And this shows the importance of the information you collect before and after the intervention so that you can measure the impact and communicate this information to help to justify. So after the intervention, 71% of the pedestrians feel safe now or very safe while they cross the road, which in comparison to what it was before, 97% of the drivers respect the speed limits of 30 kilometers per hour. And there I link it with what was said last week, yesterday, which means that urban design can incentivize people to respect these limits. And so it has to do with monitoring and education. So monitoring can can show you to another part that is also very important. And here we can see that it's already inducing this type of behavior, which is something very good. And here it shows as well that there are no more children walking on the road and sharing the space with a road with cars. So it was before they had very narrow sidewalks, which made the people have to interact and come in contact with cars, and now it's much more safer. And the city has been investing in bicycles and such. I always like these words because these tactics and these strategies have many positive impact. So we need to believe, to test, to measure, to adjust, and to amplify. So something that even is temporary, that can be 1 or 2 years for the city to have time to implement it completely. But the population can try to get to know this type of intervention and to test if this works or not. We can adjust and measure the impacts of this. And if you can confirm the success, you can amplify and bring it to a different scale. And when we're talking about the bicycle ways, we got to 25 kilometers of ways that were implemented. The last intervention was also in Yellow May, which shows that here we can't really see it, but this lateral space for the bicycle is a parking lot. So we have the cars that serve as a protection to the bicyclist. And that's what I had to say. And now I will pass the floor to you. Thank you very much, Dante. I think it's impressive that we see the acting of the initiatives in the city and actually the results that we have reached and that we want to reach. And sometimes we can see that what we are studying, what we read about, is in fact put into practice, and it promotes all these results. So thank you very much. At the end, we're going to answer some questions. And now I would like to invite two participants that are here virtually. So I would ask for the technical team just to check if they are both logged in. We are going to call Sabrina Gander and Erika. So Sabrina Gander is a senior office at Global Road Safety Partnership, responsible for the road safety grants programming in Brazil, and Erika Tedes. She is the communication coordinator for the Brazilian Cyclist Organization, and Erika integrates the observatory in Salvador. And we have them both here online. So I would like to give the floor to Sabrina to talk a little bit more about this program that Dante talked about in his presentation about the Bloomberg Initiative. And afterwards, Erika is going to present a little bit about how this works in practice. Can you hear us, Sabrina? Yes, thank you very much, Marcela. Can you see me and hear me? Yes, perfect. Everything's right. All right. My workmate is going to share my slides. So first of all, it's a great pleasure to be here with you today. And I can't see my presentation anymore. Is everything all right? Yes, it's getting back here now, Sabrina. Oh, okay, it's getting back. Thank you very much. So it's a great pleasure to be here with you today in this road safety stakeholders meeting. and thank you very much for the invitation. In the next couple of minutes, I'm going to present our global road safety partnerships, or as you see on our slide, the CIRFRC. Next slide, please. Let's talk a little bit about the technical. There are also a couple of technical issues. It's too bad I can't be there presentially with you today. But let's talk a little bit about who is GRSP. It's the International Federation of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent Societies. It has an offices in Geneva, where I work. The picture in the beginning was of Geneva, but we also have in Kuala Lumpur and in Budapest. The partnership was founded in 1999 after the publishing of the IFRC's 1998 World Disaster Report, which identified not only a catastrophic number of tragic injuries and deaths, but also with dramatic consequences on people and their livelihoods.
Now, I'm not going to talk about the Bloomberg Initiative because Becky and Dante did a very great work to explain the different partners and acting areas, just to show the countries where the organization acts. Next slide. So, what is the role of the partnership within the initiative? Basically, we have three acting areas. My area, which is the program of financing in road safety, which I'm going to explain later. And Dante also mentioned the issue of inspection, which is the program of capacity building for police officers. In Brazil is another partner one that is IRSP, which we have other pillars with this program of capacity building. And the third acting area within the initiative is Global Road Safety Leadership Course in road safety for the partners of the initiative, but also other actors, like example, the civil society and decision makers. Next one. What is this program about? Well, financing through the support, financial support, but also capacity building, local capacity building, and technical support. Our program aims to strengthen public policies of road safety in a national level based in evidences. We saw yesterday and today the importance of having data and evidence, and we have a lot of evidence about WHO, about good practices in the 5 risk factors. And just to explain to you what we understand as these 5 risk factors, which is speed, the not using helmets, the chair for children and seat belt, and also driving under the influence of alcohol. So we have a decree 2 times per year. The last one finished yesterday, but you're going to have another one in January. It's a public notice from the 15 countries and organizations, governmental organizations and non-governmental organizations. Next slide, please. So I would just like to show a little bit what we understand by what is our approach when we talk about change of public policies. We have 3 elements. The first one is to have public support, and the second one is to reach a political support and a change in the media environment. So I also, by hearing the different lectures yesterday and today, these elements were mentioned in many moments. Mainly the importance of having public support. We heard from many panelists that the speed management is not an attractive theme for society, and the measures politically are not always simple. So in this sense, we are going to hear from OCB today directly how their project incorporates these three elements to, in the end, reach a change of public policies. Next slide. So in each country where we act on, we defined jointly with our partners specific objectives. In Brazil, we consider that the Brazilian Code of Traffic in a general way is a good legislation referring to the risk factors again in our mandate, but it's important to avoid its dismantling. This is the first focus, and the other one is to have a specific area that can improve. I'm not going to talk about to review the speed management, but we all of you said that they need to adequate, so we're going to talk about the adequation of the urban speed, mainly urban, that is above 50 kilometers per hour. And the authorities can also increase these speed limits. And this objective is also aligned with and complied with Penatrans. And lastly, next slide, which are the organizations that we are supporting. The Foundation Tiago Gonzaga is the first project that began and had a great mark with the creation of the Parliamentary Front for the Safety of Children and Adolescents in Traffic. Later, we have the Cycle Cities, Ciclocidade, that began later, December last year. And we have two objectives. Beyond avoiding the future dismantling of the legislation, the project also has the objective of creating support for the fiscalization inspection of the average speed that is also included in the second pillar from Pelatrans and OCB, which we're going to hear from Erica now, that's going to present the project Via Seguras and how this project, through the support from the Bloomberg Initiative, contributes to the compromise of Brazil from the second decade of action. Erica, you can continue. Thank you very much. You have my email there for questions if we do not have time today. Good morning to you all. Can you hear me? Good morning, Erica. Yes, we can hear. We thank Sabrina and the partnership of being together here in this biennium. We also thank the invitation with the partners from PAHO that we launched this project in the headquarters from PAHO in the beginning of May. The project, the Via Seguras, for incidents in legislative and federal incidents, which is one of the objectives of the OCB, the Union of Cyclists in Brazil, which is have an incident legislative federative in Brazil. The context that this project has is due to the greatest part of Brazilian cities to have limits above the one that is considered safe with the WHO, which is above 50 kilometers per hour. And this is foreseen in our traffic code, Brazilian traffic code. And according to what was referenced, this is the main infraction, which is the excess of speed. And this is something that is we talk a lot about the register here by the other analysts and researchers that already went through this meeting here from PAHO, both yesterday and until now. Next one. By seeing this in 2020, 2021, we were able to have a registry that there was a great increase in the number of severe crashes involving cyclists in Brazil, in 22% in 2020 and 11% in 2021, even with the pandemic, where there was a brief circulation of smaller vehicles, but since streets were emptier, the speeding was continued to be great, and the severity of these crashes were lethal. So by facing this, OCB performed a commission of road safety and to have urban safety for us to raise this problematic and see how can we act in relation to this. The project Via Seguras is born in this sense of road safety with the aim of reducing the maximum speed in all of the roads in the country. In which aspect? To change the perception for the reduction of speed, because we know that this is a very unpopular theme, politically speaking, and propose the altering of the 60, Code 61 of CTB, which establishes the limit of speed in the urban and rural areas. Next slide. Okay, that's it. By seeing this, we performed some activities. We developed the following screens, a collection of data jointly with the Institute of Multiplicity and Urban Mobility about the analysis of cases of cities which had already done this speed change, this readequation of speed. I'm going to take 3 national cases here and 2 from the South American and opinion research, a census about the perception of speed, a judicial opinion about the coherence with the national policy of urban mobility and the Brazilian traffic code, and the campaign Ruas Vivas, which is in its second year, performed parallel in the month of May, focusing about this road safety in the perspective of mobility, and we would do the questioning if the safe road traffic is safe or safe for who, road safety. Already have a panel of brief results of this research. Then I can leave here in the chat the link of our page in the website that hosts the complete research that is performed by the Multiplicity and Urban Mobility. We were able to summarize here and understand that São Paulo had a great importance in collect and made available the structured data. Curitiba developed an intersectorial plan for a long term. Fortaleza was able to reduce the speed and adequate, like Dante showed, and aligned with other measures beyond the adequation of speed, they were able to reach the goal of the decade of road safety. Santiago had positive results with the reduction aligned with the monitoring, which is an important factor. Without monitoring, we cannot make this activity, this action to be put into practice. And Bogota, with the reduction of the speed, but without monitoring. So we noticed that the monitoring is a step forward that needs to be incorporated. In case it does not happen, the reduction of speed cannot be made concrete. So in the census, we were able to have great data, but very important for us to perform a perspective of communication. 8 between 10 people know someone that lost their lives in traffic. The 2 among 10 the family members, and 3 into 10 so close friends. 11% understand that they have to put this plaque of signaling, and 80% drive at least once per week. So the focus of this census was with the drivers. Next slide, please. Also, within the research, we understand that most of them agree that our roads are dangerous, but that they do not associate the reduction of speed with strategies to protect life. So we understand that it's important communication campaigns to illustrate the importance of these necessities to reduce deaths through the readequation of speeds and redesigning the ways so that we can effectively reach this goal. Erica, just saying that you have 1 minute, please. Okay, I'm finalizing here. The next goals are to prepare and launch a manifesto to reduce speed, engaging other key actors, stakeholders in the national scenery, include the theme of sustainable mobility in the elections that we're going to be launching this campaign in July, and a campaign to reduce speed and defending the change of the legislation in 2023. We also have this really news here. We did not even disclose we're going to be part of the thematic chamber for the management in Penatrans, and also talk and have a dialogue both with civil society and the legislative people. So this is it. Another doubt, I am available. Thank you very much. Thank you, Erica. Thank you, Sabrina. I think that we even would have a lot of questions to do both for Sabrina, both our panelists here. We got later here. We got delayed here and even informed that Dante and Beck will be here in the coffee break. So if anyone has any kind of doubt, even on how to implement these actions in their cities or as an organization to adhere to the program that Sabrina put, you can make your questions, exchange opinions with them in the coffee break, which people are asking here for us to finish this panel. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Marcelo, Dante, and Becky, Erica, and Sabrina. So now we have 2 minutes to go there and have a coffee break. 10 minutes actually for us to have a coffee break.
Todo mundo já fez o seu. Vamos retornando, por favor. Após dois.
After two great discussions that we had today, before the coffee, now we are going. Okay, he's going to wait a little bit.
Dando continuidade à nossa programação,
So to continue our program,
teremos agora o painel
we're going to have the panel number 5
tem como tema principal
with the
as questões envolvendo
main goal,
as
the
motocicletas
issues about motorcycles,
e o caminho
the
para
challenges, and
a
the
programação.
opportunities, as you can see in our program. This panel we invited
O
to
professor Davi Duarte Lima,
lead
da
it
Medicina da Universidade de Brasília,
Professor David Duarte Lima from the Faculty of Medical Science of the University of Brazilian, who is going to be the moderator.
além do, para compor a mesa com o professor Davi, chamamos o Dr.
And on the panel, we call Dr. Carlos
Associação Brasileira
Age
de Tráfego,
from the Brazilian Traffic Medicine Association,
Luiz Carlos Nesp,
Luiz Carlos Nespoli,
superintendente da Associação,
Superintendent of the National Association of Public Transport,
e o Antônio Monteiro, especialista em segurança.
and Antonio Monteiros, Road Safety Specialist.
Ok, professor Davi.
Okay, Professor David,
Bom trabalho.
go ahead, have a great work. Thank you very much, Luis. Good morning, everyone. My name is David Duarte Lima. I am a professor in the University of Brasilia, and I act as well as president of an NGO called Brazilian Institute of Traffic Safety. Well, the theme here, before I start presenting and introducing the panelists, and I will quickly introduce and present a scenario about this subject. The first of all, when we are talking about motorcycles, it's good to qualify this object. Motorcycle is pleasure, it's adrenaline, it's adventure. Motorcycle is transport, it's work, it's speed of displacement. I remember one time I was going to give class in the University of Brasilia and I left home and there was a huge traffic jam and I went back, got my motorcycle and I got there on time. So motorcycle is all of this. And it's also because of this that this fleet of motorcyclists in Brazil has doubled in size in the last 7 years. This has consequences. Nowadays in Brazil, half of the deaths are of motorcyclists. Half of it. Half of the death rate in traffic, to be specific. 80% of people that acquire invalidity in traffic are motorcyclists. For each death of a motorcyclist, we have 50 injured of collisions and falls with a motorcycle. They are impressive numbers. In the past 20 years, so that we can have an idea, the number of deaths, collisions, falls, and accidents that have to do with a motorcycle grew 400%. What impresses the most with this scenario is the deafening silence of the state, society, and the technicians and of all of us, that it seems like we have grown accustomed to this scandal. And there we say, no, of course, motorcycle is dangerous. Really, motorcycle is a vehicle that has its vulnerabilities. But some questions are still unanswered. For each million motorcycles in Brazil and for each million motorcycles in Spain, the Brazilian motorcycles kill 10 times more. They are also vehicles with two wheels. I'm not thinking about the distance traveled and the exposure, but in all cases, it's a piece of data that we see immediately that there's something wrong there. And there sometimes we say the motorcyclist, but who is the motorcyclist? There are many tribes. There's one that rides a motorcycle that is very big, like a Harley Davidson, on the weekend, but there's also the app deliverer, there is the waiter that uses his motorcycle to leave his job at a bar, at a restaurant late at night, and he has no other way to get home. He has to buy a motorcycle. He is for transportation in small cities, in smaller cities as well. It is an option for locations where there is no public transportation. IST made a research a couple of years ago, and under the many subjects and issues that they talked about, something about 1,000 motorcyclists in São Paulo, a couple of things came up that were very interesting. 1/3 of the people that were interviewed rode a motorcycle before they were 15 years old. 2/3 rode motorcycles before they got their driver's license. So in front of this scenario, this situation, this diversity of use of the motorcycle, and suggestion of Vitor Pavarino, we invited 3 people that are in the road safety area for a long time. Antonio Monteiro, who has a lot of experience in the front lines, watching situations of motorcycles in the countryside, in the northeast, and in circumstances that many time we don't consider or we don't know about. We have Nespoli, Luis Carlos Nespoli, who also has a long tradition of research and participation in this whole transport issue. He is a superintendent of the National Association of Public Transport, ANTP, and he really knows this whole issue of the motorcycles in São Paulo and in other areas as well. And Dr. Age, Carlos Alberto Age, who is from Abramet, Brazilian Traffic Medicine Association. Dr. Aid also knows this phenomena really well. He has served on the Ministry of Health and in many international organizations, and he is going to give us a perspective about how this phenomenon of the motorcycle riders and its consequences of riding a motorcycle, especially the physical consequences, how they happen and how they impact the health system. So I would like to begin by asking Antonio Monteiro, the following. Since you have a very broad experience in the area of road safety, and you've also have paid a lot of attention to the motorcycle issue, what do you see as the difference between riding and behavioring in big cities and small cities. And another issue is, are there differences between falls and collisions and accidents and the dramas in big cities and rural cities and urban cities and small cities? What happens there? Good morning, everyone. I Archie, thank you for your invitation. I'm going to talk here in relation to Alagoas and our reality in the northeast of Brazil, because as you said, Professor David, the motorcycle is not the problem. If you could put on the slides that I brought, I can make a couple of remarks. You can go to the second slide already. The motorcycle, in a general context, is a solution to mobility problems. In cities, when the population doesn't have any other way to move, it seeks that can be done with public transportation. They look for motorcycles because it's a much cheaper alternative. And because now, since the economy has been going down in the past few years, the usage of motorcycle has increased a lot. But what is our reality nowadays? Brazil, as a continental country with more than 6,000 municipalities, where a lot of these municipalities don't have any structure of traffic agency. And what do we find there? It's this. The motorcycle in the countryside of the Northeast and the North and the center west of the Midwest in Brazil, of people that have less buying power, is the transportation of the family, just because there is no other solution for this family. And when we discuss, and Paulo even put it very interestingly in his speech, when we discuss this Vision Zero, what does it say? It says that we cannot blame the citizen. We need to take another look at us, who are the great specialists in traffic here in Brazil. How do we discuss this family? They are committing a crime? They are wrong? Do I go back? Please. This reality that we find in the Northeast, the image is a little distorted, but you have a father, a mother, and two children. We can identify and consider that this father is committing a crime because he has too many passengers in his vehicle. He has two children, and children can only ride a motorcycle if they're older than 10. They're not using a motorcycle because it's forbidden for children. As I said with Ramalho from the observatory, he got he was able to get a deal to sell motorcycles, but he could not export them because it's illegal. And when we're discussing this, how is this reality? When we debate responsibilities, when we debate traffic legislation, when we discuss with this mother or this father, because they don't have any options. I was commenting with Victor to bring an example. I talked with a woman in the city of Penedo who was riding a motorcycle with one hand, holding a 1-year-old on in its arm and another one hanging on her back. And there, of course, we had to stop them, and we wanted to talk to them about it. And she turned to me and she said, "The child has a fever. What option do I have to bring her to the hospital?" So I think, Professor, that it's very interesting and very important, and this posture for Dr. Federico to get Penatrans to all the places in Brazil and to assume this commitment with Penatrans. So the projects and the actions that we have, And we know what to do, and we need to work together with the municipalities and ask for the accountability from the mayors. I was talking with Paulo outside. The only representative that I identified with here was Paulo. Where are the mayors present here? How do we get into the cities and the municipalities without the the leader of those places? To go there, we need the authorization of the leading authorities to talk to the people that living in these cities. We need to work to advance a lot in this issue of the municipalization and to really advance all this information to the population that needs the motorcycle to work, needs to take the children to school, and we need to deal in this reality because they seek the motorcycle because it's their only option. Thank you, Antonio. And you come from São Paulo, which is the biggest city in Brazil. In São Paulo, we have unemployment, we have poverty, we have advantages, disadvantages, and there are a lot of motorcycles. São Paulo is a city that has more motorcycles in Brazil than any other. And so accidents and all of these things as well. And we adopted many measures to mitigate the accidents and the crashes with motorcycles in São Paulo. Could you quickly tell us what they are and if they are bringing results? And if the solutions that are adopted by São Paulo could eventually be used by other cities? Good morning, everyone. I thank you for the invitation from Pajo, Victor, and all the other panelists here at the table. São Paulo has a traffic organization that was born in the 1960s, so we're older than 50 years. It's a company that researches and promotes actions and executes them. In these almost 50 years, since the 90s, when we started with intensity, this accident reduction policies, the city went from, in the beginning of the 90s, from 2,900 deaths in traffic to a number of today, which is 800 deaths in traffic. There was a brutal reduction in the lethality. And this denotes that the techniques that were used worked. Did they work everywhere? So we have to understand that this is a success. And CT, since its beginning, and here we saw since the first day, the first panel, that all of our actions, our technical actions, are based on engineering, on monitoring, and education. And all the arguments are that our thought structure and our ways of acting. And CT took a look at this process intensely and using this engineering techniques and the monitoring techniques with the agents and the creation of the first road agents and with the power of police, and also the process of education with centers of education and centers for traffic education. And we had a fabulous result. We went from 2,900 deaths to 800 deaths. But we weren't able to revert the mortality in motorcycles. So my first question, actually the country wasn't able to, because if we got from 42,000 deaths from the numbers of the UN to 30,000 deaths, which is about that, the motorcycle is the same at 12,000 deaths. So why were we able to reach this improvement with the others in a way that we are not able to explain? But they were the actions, the more productive and efficient actions that promoted the best results. But it's demonstrated in the statistics, but with motorcycles, this didn't happen. So what it seems is that this technique is not reaching the motorcyclists. If we believe that engineering, monitoring, and education are our instruments, of course, based on all the legal efforts from the legislation, that all our efforts, why is our technical efforts not reaching results? So there I already open a discussion that I think is more of a reflection for all of us to make, that this is because that these techniques cannot reach the motorcycle riders. In engineering, there is not a lot to do from a specific point of view for the motorcycle riders. In the monitoring department, because of the failure to follow the rules and the high level of this, the monitoring from a pedagogical perspective is useless. In São Paulo, we pick up hundreds of motorcycles every day, so the effect of monitoring is not reaching its goal. So my time is already almost running out, but maybe in the next speeches I would like to approach this subject in a different way. Many times we use this old analogy of being in a valley and on a mountain. If we are in the valley trying to get to water from a river, we cannot see the ways, we don't know where to go, we don't know the path. So it's better to go up the mountain and have a panorama to see where we need to go. So the challenge that I bring here, my central idea, is that we get on top of the mountain and let's see in fact what is happening and why these instruments and tools, these global tools that work, are not reaching the motorcycle riders. And I have some hypotheses that I want to present later on. Thank you very much.
Dr. Aid, I finish here with this enormous quantity of crashes of bikers to health that has little control to the variables that determine accidents, then they end up paying the bill, let's say. And how health has a pact that listens to the sector of health and the system of health as a whole, this great quantity of accidents, traffic accidents. Okay, good morning to all of you. Then I would like to thank the invitation from João Vitor and also our previous conversations, enriching conversations with Professor Davi, and to say that it is a great honor for Abramet, Brazilian Association of Road Medicine, to participate in this event. Talking about health, the impact of this all that we're discussing here today, everything that is happening in the street ends up in a hospital, or you go to the death of a person, or the person dies there, or they go to the hospital. Then these people, most of them die, and then they continue in the hospitalization. Those who continue the hospitalization, one of them can leave the hospital, and other part of them, although they are freed, they are going to be dependent on a system, be of health, social, for many months, part of them for the rest of their life, impacting in the family itself. Sorry, let me take my mask here. So when we discuss the issue of the medical service, how much it impacts in the health system, it is a change that there is a wave of greater impact, but that later is diluting itself, that the health systems lose this control, but this continues later impacting a lot of things. So the number of injured people that have consequences is very big. There is a difficult to do this measuring with precision of those who have suffered consequences. They have classifications. You should follow the individual for 1, 2, 3, 4 years after the accident to really be able to define in which situation this person is and how they are burdening the health system or public system. And this is a difficult part. So everything that we have is restricted within the 30 days after the accident. So nowadays there is approximately a count of 250 million of reals per year impacting in the service, the initial service for the crashes. From these people that suffer the crashes, those who are hospitalized are around 60%. They are all motorcyclists. For the deaths, the percentage is a little smaller, 35, 34% of the deaths are from motorcyclists, but those who are hospitalized, they are the greater number. So what is happening? Nespoli already said here, I organized my brain to speak, and then you talked a little bit about what I was going to say. Now I'm just going to quote here and then jump this part. So the deaths in general in the decade are going down. The hospitalizations in general are going up. Only this we can do many relations, thinkings, but it can be that the number of accidents is the same. They can have lower the severity, they die less, but they're more hospitalized. So 10 years ago, maybe those accidents they would die in the place and now they reach the hospital. So this dichotomy from what you do by reducing the crashes but not reducing hospitalization, where for all the crashes it's even worse in the motorcyclist, because for him the curve is in the same direction. You increase the number of accidents and the number of deaths and hospitalizations. You cannot have an intervention whose diagnosis is already done. The actions that you do for a crash in general are not causing the necessary impact for the crashes with motorcyclists. Remember that when you talk about motorcyclists, we are talking about those 4 people that were shown there in the bike. We are not talking only about the one who is conducting the bike. We're talking about, when we're talking about this, we're also talking about all of those who occupy this bike. That's why you see a motorcyclist of 10 years old. You cannot think that he was the one driving the bike. Maybe it could be, but the child, a small child, evidently, if he or she dies in a bike, they get into the statistics of the motorcycle. So things that improved a lot in these 10 years, the health system in these routes, which we call generally this pre-hospital way, many variables. São Paulo, it's got really better this service. We have SAMU, the rescue from firefighters, the roads got better, and this also has an impact, but it's still not sufficient to see this curve and curb it. Thank you, doctor. The situation is very serious. We know that the seatbelt, it reduces in 50% all collisions involved there. In average, it reduces 50% the fatalities, the deaths, beyond reducing, evidently, the severity of the injuries. In a motorcycle, it declined a little bit, so because the bikes have no seat belt, and we know that a great part of the bikers do not dress correctly, do not use the helmet. I would like to talk again to Dr. Antonio. How is this in the Northeast region, in the cities that are closer to the center of the state? Do they have the information, the adequate training? How is the access to have the driver's license for motorcycles in Northeast? Does everybody have it? So which points needs to be improved? And beyond that, how do I use the protection equipments like boots, helmets? How is this throughout the city in the interior part of the state? Well, usually when they call for me to debate this type of accidents, I always say the following. And in the cities that we were able to advance, I bring here some examples of Arapiraca, Alto Alegre, São Sebastião, in which we were able to reduce 78% the number of deaths. The General Hospital of Agreste still service 9,000 patients of bike accidents per year, 600 only by fall per month, but we had 11,000, so we reduced 60% of the SAMU service. This was a kind of a miracle. No. The bike accident cannot be dealt with exclusively through the issue of traffic. The issue of the bike crash goes beyond to social issues, employment issues, network income issues, school transport, the issue of public transport, of respect to the pedestrian and an active transport, to the part where we discussed within Sinatra, complete streets, the menu of complete streets, the issue of democratization of the street is within this, because population has no other way to displace themselves, because it's not safe for the adolescent of 16 years old to go by bike because they do not have a space there, and there is no school transport for him to go to school. So the solution that this person finds is to go on top of a bike, and then this person suffers an accident. So the solution for a bike accident, be it in Northeast and the cities that we worked on, it worked a lot. We had results. We were able to reduce the deaths and many lives in the city of Campo Alegre, for example. I was seeing a training there this week. We have 1 year and 13 months without any registry of deaths in the city. What was the miracle? The moderation of speed, controlling the moderation of speed, incentive to the use to bikes, you're guiding young people on how to use a bike in also motorcycles. We still have people walking using no helmet, of course, but they're going slower now so they can preserve their lives. So what do we put here? Mainly in this path to seek the solution of motorbikes is that it's dealt with in a more ample way, broader way. So like it was said previously by Dr. Paulo, the study of the National Observatory shows that Maranhão has almost 3 motorcycles for each person that has a driver's license for a bike. In Alagoas, we have 107,000 bikes, plus the number of those people that have a driver's license, without considering these really small bikes that we call cinquentinhas in Brazil. When I began this, I had no idea what this was. So cinquentinha is a fever, let's say, in Northeast. So people abandon the horse, donkeys, let's say, now they begin to use this cinquentinha. So this is a very ample social issue calling for other bodies. We return to talk about the hospitalization. It's important for the mayor to assume responsibility that people live in cities. They are under the actions about the mayor and the issue of the API. It's very interesting. For when you are in a civil construction, what does the legislation say? That you need to use the helmet, the company needs to supply a train and do the inspection of the use, or else the Ministry of Labor gives a fine. In an industry, the gloves, the helmet, whatever, must also be supplied, must be trained, the use must be trained and register in the form of the worker that he or she received this protection device, he was trained to use it, and there is the inspection of the use. If the inspection of labor finds a work or in an industry a person without a helmet, the company is fined. And then we have still some apps of food deliveries or markets where the delivery guys don't even have a driver's license. So we have mayors with the moto taxis in small cities. With when we saw they did not even have driver's license. And when we discussed the issue of the EPI, the protection devices, I went to give a lecture in a work. The engineer of security was also there with me, and then everybody was there using a helmet because they were within there. When I finished my lecture, half of them went into a bike without a helmet and went to the roads. And then I asked, why did you come here? Because we still have the accident when they're going to work because it's considered a work accident. So why do the companies, the industries are not taking to deal these protection devices? When you put here, doctor, the issue of the injuries of members, we have the protection for the legs, we have adequate boots and beyond the use of helmets. Why is this not considered? So it is important for us to deal in this way because then we can advance. Thank you very much, Antonio. Looked at the complexity of the theme that you're dealing with. The complexity, and about this, in the United States, there is a foundation that is sustained by Honda, Yamaha, etc. There are many companies that make motorcycles. Motorcycle Safety Foundation, Motorcycle Safety Foundation. So what is the role here in Brazil, Nesperi, of the companies, those who make the bikes? Because when, like Antonio said, anyone can buy a motorcycle without the driver's license or with them. But how is the training now in Brazil? What could be improved, the training of the motorcyclist? And just to remember that you said that there is an approach, a different approach in the end of your speech. What is this approach? Well, I reached there into the manufacturer, and I think that we need to pass through some points that we are talking here. It's not a distinction that is semantic. Danger is to die. Risk is a probability. That is, in the measure that you increase the probability, you are going to have the greater reason to go to death, condition to go to death. So speed, risk probability, conversion to probability of risk, advancement. This is a risk probability, and in the core of our issue is that the risk, you can say, is it unknown for this motorcyclist that uses many of the time the motorcycle in his life? Or is it that the risk is disregarded? Oh, and why is it disregarded? Why does it have no value? Because the value is subjacent to all of his attitude is time, is to gain time, to leave this congestion, to arrive earlier. And those who deliver food, they associate time with money, survival of him. So the value that is behind the behavior is not the risk. So our educational procedure and information procedure is not reaching there because we are attacking the classic mode. The classic mode does not reach it. If the risk has no value, then irregularity, the going contrary to norms, is much less. So the risk of death, accidents is not worth, then the irregularity is not worth. So they are non-complying, they do not pay fines, so I do not buy my license, I do not put my bike in a correct way to walk. Does not matter if I have attention. On the contrary from what we think, I'm going to read a number for you that can be unknown for you. São Paulo, we have at least 2,300,000 people who have a driver's license in the A category. For motorcycles. Only 263,000 are exclusively A. 97.7% are B, C, D, E with A. So this volume went to the training of for bikes, buses, trucks. So all of that experience of the course, training, classes towards the vehicle and the training, so it's in their heads. So why does he not recognize the risk? So it seems to me that another thing, we know that we have educators here in the class, you're going to recognize that you have the educational procedure, that you have factual content, conceptual, procedural, and behavior concepts. Then you build this training. So the procedural ones are the trainings, the ability, you form this ability, transform it. And the ability is formed by repetition of the procedure. So going the way they go many of times in their lives, hundred of times per day for some, they are being trained, a high training in an environment of traffic in a wrong way. They repeat intensively the wrong procedure of doing something. So this procedure is internalized. So if you add this procedure of going wrong, driving wrong with not disregarding risk, disregarding regularity, the focal point of our discussion is this. So the classic model of engineering, inspection, of course, São Paulo had attitudes in relation to many things. If you take the curve of the statistics for traffic, from it goes down in the way that I said. In each moment, you're going to see that it went down more due to some things. When the city demanded the seat belt, the helmet, when it reduced the speed in streets. So these are the vitamin B12 in the veins. When you act in the risk factor, then you have the decline. Why did it not happen in motorcycles? Although some experiences are still working, the second line of retention is good. The lanes that were done exclusively last year did not work very well, but we have objective reasons to explain why they did not work. But there are few things that you can do in the engineering. Inspection is the same thing. So our procedure is one that I'm going to say is to reintegrate this motorcyclist in civilization. This is the name of the song. How can you do that? So this procedure of reintegrate to make him or her to not stop, but reintegrate this person within a situation that also gives him or her self-esteem. He's pressured by a social problem. You can see the following. So when the person arrives to have their driver's license with 18 years old, they already had a world involved in him or her of mental, psychological, educational formation. So do not try to think that a training can transform this person. This person is not going to be transformed in 50, 100 hours, because the issue is much more profound. But it is an excellent moment for you to signify some things. Just to finish here, I have a possible hypothesis how freedom means the certain movements are sequential in the process of training. We learn to walk, then we walk freely, then you return this, and then you change your place, and then walking is the most free process in the world. Then this person learns to use a bike, where in very controlled situations they can do it in whatever way they want, and then bikes have possibilities, so they bring to the streets this freedom of learning. I'm working in the wrong way, I pass through a red sign. So it has two. This is a bike, so it brings within it this formation of freedom, of possibility, and daring, so the transgressing the rules. So now I go back to the third focus, which is to bring what is the action of the state that is necessary to be done there.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nespoli, for this excellent approach. And here we have one more question for Dr. Age. How does the health system, how can it participate effectively in the reduction of the traffic crashes, of the accidents, of the collisions, all of these bad situations in traffic, if it has control of the variables because the collisions and the disasters happen? And especially, how can the health system participate in the prevention of these accidents? The World Health Organization, in an affirmation, says that what people don't realize, they don't have the perception of where the health system, how it acts in prevention. Most people really don't have this perception. We are absolutely sure about this. If we, right here in this room, or with the people that are participating online, if we could ask how many people would be able to point out one or two or three items of actions to prevent accidents from the health system, maybe you would have a lot of difficulties. But I will explain. What we have in Brazil, we have approximately 74 million people with licenses, be it any type of a license for motorcycle or cars. In one determined moment, let's say 10 years, many of these individuals will go through the medical exam to renew their license. If we consider 10 years, of course, for many people it's way less than this, especially when they advance in age, and a lot of this time is reduced. So if we consider the number of exams in 1 year, we are speaking of about 8 million medical exams every year. 4 to 8% of these exams, they say that they are not capable of driving and riding motorcycles and vehicles. So you understand in this parameter that we are taking out of circulation a volume of, let's round it to 5%, which is 8 million people. So we are saying that we're taking out, the medical sector is taking out of circulation an estimated 1,000, 1,200, 1,300 people every day. That certainly is going to impact the front line. These are people that are not in condition to drive. That's why they get this definite incapacitation of driving. 30% of the exams receive a temporary incapacitation, which is going to need a correction for hearing aids or glasses or a vehicular adaptation. Medical orientations that are very varied about the illnesses that this person might have. For example, epileptic seizures, in what situation can and can't he drive. And the doctor who does these exams, he will give these orientations, especially the eye test, which is something that have been doing for a long time. This is a medical test that is made with public power, because it has this needs. So from the temporary inabilities, we still have 30% of the total. which we also take out of circulation. It's what every driver is scared of. Of course, he doesn't want this. And this is an exam, so he tries to hide everything he can. It's not like you go to the doctor to tell him your problems. He goes there to say that there is no problem. He is the healthiest person in the world. But nowadays, from the bureaucratic and legal perspective, he has to sign documents, he has to fill out forms, because if something happens, he is the one that responds for it. And the doctor shows solidarity if he doesn't sign this document. So nowadays, especially in the toxicology department, which was also intensely published, the traffic medicine is what gives the technical subsidy to these legislation. It's the medicine department and area that does this. So we see here monitorings and inspections, but who gives this subsidy is the medical area, in a great part by us from traffic medicine, but not exclusively. It comes as well from children vehicle transport. The first law came from the Medicine Traffic Association here in Brazil, and from there we had only a couple of changes for it to become a law. So imagine how many children didn't die and didn't suffer injuries because of a medical intervention back then. To make a long story short, I would like to, on behalf of the Traffic Medicine Association, that even with this reduction from 70,000 to 30,000 deaths in the past 10 years, a lot of those numbers are from the responsibility of us, because if we hadn't had done what we did, I doubt that the numbers would have dropped as much as they did. It's hard to make this calculation, but we can understand the importance of this subject when we're talking about the prevention by the medical service. I would like to conclude here and leave you with a small, modest, humble, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for it, because from all the documents that I read so far that were produced by the Natrans, by the Dante Plan, what is written under the acting of the doctor is not equal to zero. But this does not change reality, and it could have implementations, it could have better actions. For example, if you would allow me one more minute, I will finish soon. For example, the health doctors in Brazil, from family health and from the basic health units, they have to have a minimal instruction about these issues, especially because they work with standardized drugs in these units. They have to know the effect of each of the drug that he uses in these health units. He has to know the effect for the act of driving, because when he talks to a patient and prescribes him medication, he has to alert him of it. Or when he identifies an illness and he is going to talk to a patient who has epileptic seizures, he has to be able to give him orientation about the conditions of driving for this individual. It doesn't mean that he can't, he just has to get the orientation. I have cases of epilepsy in my family. One of the first things that I did was to call a colleague that is a very high authority in this area about traffic medicine. It wasn't to treat the patient. He was very well treated. I wanted some orientation about the driving issue. And I'm also a specialist, but I have a colleague that knew even more than me about this. So I called him and we brought the patients to him and we got a lot of orientation. You have epilepsy, you can do this and this and that, you can't do this. If something is like this, you have to do the other thing. That's what has to happen. What do you want to do with this? We want to reduce these numbers. That's all we want to do. So on behalf of the traffic medicine, I think a couple more than 2,000, I'll be modest, is because of us. Of course, thank you very much, Eiji. I would like to finish, and I ask for us to be very brief and specific. Just to finish, I would like to ask each one of you if you would be an advisor for the Brazilian. 2 or 3 points very precisely that we could bring there. Let's start with Antonio here to start this list. Okay, let's start, Professor. I'll try to be brief in this issue. There is a phrase by Peter Drucker, who's very famous in administration. It says that there is risk that we need to go through, and there is risk that we don't have to go through. And because some way we can get out of this risk. And I really agree that we have to work with lowering this perception of risk, because I'm also a civil safety engineer, and to work about working with risk always works in the capitals. When we're in the countryside, the mother that can't bring the child to school because there's no public transport, that doesn't have any other alternative, doesn't have the option to run away from this risk. So if you tell her that it's dangerous, it's forbidden, it's outside of the law, she doesn't have another option because she has to bring her child to the doctor. So we talked a lot about this, and to the authorities that are present here and some stakeholders that are here, that we need to get to the countryside, the cities and the countrysides, and give options and solutions to the mothers and these young people, because that's how we can advance on these issues. And I cited some examples in the Northeast cities where we were able to advance on this point. Another phrase that I like to say is that we need to know the reality for us to get angry about something and change it. So I really would like to say that HNISG is being able to get this information and this data. Who are the victims? Who caused these accidents? How did it happen? All these informations that were put here. We need to advance a little bit about the location of the accident. So when we identify the situation and we know the location of the accident, we can define public policies in a much more precise way to correct the issue. On the other hand, we have to bring the universities. Abramet helped us a lot in Alagoas, together with the University of São Paulo and the University of Alagoas and other universities. So we need to bring the universities to advance in the issue of understanding and defining the situation. I did a course once, and they said, "What are you doing here?" And I said, in a way that the dead people, they talk. We need to understand why they are dying, so our actions can be much more effective and are able to solve the issues. So we do have projects and policies, and we can advance a lot, but fundamentally we need to get to the small cities in the countryside. There are 4,000 municipalities, and we need to call 4,000 mayors, and we need to see what we are doing with Penatrans. The presidents and the governors, they have to make this commitment, and we need to advance in our municipalities with our mayors. So that's the solution that we propose. To know, to change the reality, and to call the mayors for these projects, because these projects have structure, and we know that it's not a miracle. We know how to solve this. We just need to get to it. Thank you very much. Nespoli, if you would be an advisor without the flight ticket, with the team that goes to New York, about what we discussed here, what is the most important? I would do it with pleasure, even hypothetically. The number one point is our commitment of authorities, of the public authorities. We need commitment. And on the same path, we need to value the action of the state. We can't admit anymore in any part of the country dissuasive speech against security, against science, against regularizations. The second point is the continuity of proposals. We cannot have proposals from one government. It has to be from the state. We have a vice in Brazil of giving marketing name to actions by the state. And the next character abandons the project because of the marketing name. Why are these public safety actions and traffic safety actions, why do they need to have names? Why do they have to? These are things that are thrown away. We know a very important story about this that from 20 years ago, because we had the state from an action from the state back then. Second of all, we are here since the beginning of the seminar, putting in all our speeches the idea of speeding. And with this, we are almost embarrassed to say it. We are shy to say it. I already said this before to Dr. Frederico, that Penatrans does not establish directorially and assertively that the national policy has to be about the reduction of the speed limits, a focus on the reduction of the speed limits. So it needs to start having progressive goals. It needs to start with the high speedways up until it gets to the smaller locations. So it's a process that we all know. We all know that clean water saves lives, even though in the General Health Department there are many variables. Our vaccine starts with speed. Speed is going to reduce the attention on the streets. It is going to make the pedestrians' life easier and of the other vulnerable people as well. So we need to stop being shy in this issue. We have to say that we can't say that it's very difficult to implement. No, it has to be something that needs to be done. If you know, everyone that knows the international regulations, you know that this is being done in 40 countries already. So let's stop being shy. National policy has to define. And Antonio, in a location, sometimes when we have some state decisions, it makes the lives of the mayors a lot easier. But let's talk generically. We need to take another look at the speed on the highways. Who's going to do that? The state. So you need to determine something as a policy. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nespoli, and it's good to be said. No country has reduced the number of injuries and deaths in the world, I studied this recently, without the reduction and controlling the speed limits, especially in urban areas. So everyone that talked about the reduction and control of speed limits in urban areas is completely right, and it needs to be said without shyness or without being embarrassed. And now to finish, Dr. Aid, what would you say for the people that are going to New York? Yeah, that was a heavy one. And referring to what I said before, I would try to create indicators that would allow me to evaluate the effect of the medical exam that is done on the drivers. The indicators of these inaptitudes, these temporary inaptitudes that I could cross-reference with accidents related to pathologies that were detected during the medical evaluation, and we could work with this data later. And from what I've said before as well, I would take this information about the illnesses and how they are related with the act of driving. I would make a diffusion of this for the locations that are more difficult to access of the country, putting the Ministry of Health in this issue and taking it to their own side. in the emergency units and the hospitals, and the information about the use of medication and the basic orientations for some illnesses. In a great part of what I read, I would invest a lot as well in the improvement of the pre-hospital treatment. So the improving of when the person is attended by a doctor right after the accident. So we would need other strategies that others already know that can. I didn't want to technically detail all of this. We'll leave this for another moment. But the pre-hospital service, it needs to be better. It's being done in more than 90% of the cases by non-medical staff. In some points of the country, we have to increase the presence of the doctor in the first instance of hospital assistance, not sitting in the center in the hospitals to orient and to bring the patients to a different place. And also, from what I've read before, I would allow myself to say something that I wouldn't invest in because I read about this. So something that I would try for people not to take with them is if you have trauma centers on the sides of important highways that might really have a high number of accidents, I will here take a word that was said by one of our colleagues from the Ministry of Health. If you construct a trauma center on the side of a highway, it's very nice to assist people, but if someone goes on this highway and makes this highway better and reduces the accidents, what do you do with this trauma center that you invested millions of dollars and now you don't even have the reason to use the doctors for here? So I would think twice before I would invest in the hospital area. I would invest more in the pre-hospital area. That's it. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. I think that it could also be of value to bring from there some sort of letter or document of commitment for all the candidates for the presidency or for governors, because we have the elections this year, so that we know who is on the side of life and who disregards the risk. So now I will give the floor back to Luis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Davi, and all of the participants of this panel. What I would like, before finishing, to take the speech from our friend that one of the 12 goals for the road safety that the WHO proposed was the 12th one, for this service to reach in a real time, in an adequate time, to help with the urgency. But in the Brazilian evaluation, international evaluation that WHO did, the SAMU, which is one of the components for the Network for Vigilance for Brazil, has this idea to go faster to the victims. So it was very well remembered. And I remember one of the 12 goals we're going to reach with condition to do the help, which nowadays the person, some who goes there but do not have the technical condition to perform this, to help the patient. Let's talk about the capacity. Well remembered, due to the time that the minimum proposed in the 12th goal. I just would like to leave here for you all, if you allow also for you, 2 points for us to reflect on. If someone from the panel wants to, two things that I think it's very important that I want to say here. In what resulted one of the Brazilian policies that has had the success in the point of view of regulation of the surface of motorcyclists, Law 2019 of 2009. Does anybody know the result of this law? Did they study this to discuss, to measure the effectiveness of this law? This is a reflection that I did here. For the second point, for the reflection of the Brazilian government, remembering what Antonio brought from the perceptions and the reality that they see there, in 1985, the same concern happened in the Northeast also. The trans at the time asked for the National Council to do a significant change in the legislation that would regulate the helmet and the legislation that would regulate the use of motorcycles. This is because there was a great doubt at the time if the cyclomotor. But due to this decision, the Brazilian government took the declaration that it did in 1981 when it signed the Vienna Convention about road traffic. So those who signed or rectified this, they have one obligation to declare that in their territory, motorcyclists in circulation equates to the motorcycle. It's worth to the motorcycle or the bike. All countries are 85 parts of contracting, including Brazil. All of them declare that in their territory, the cyclomotor is equal to a motorcycle, foreseen in the legislation. Okay, but at each time, a country can take back their declaration. So Brazil was one of them. We do not know the impact of this. So in 1985, the National Council of Traffic published a resolution that was already revoked, and the Brazilian government communicated to the General Secretary of the United Nations, saying that from that date, cyclomotors in circulation in Brazil would be compared to bikes. I do not know what was the impact of this. But I would just like to leave a reflection that from 2017, this is not, we signed an agreement with France that, and we have one of the countries in South America that have an open border for roads with a contracted part from Europe, which is France, and hypothetical situation, predictable and very rare. The cyclomotor, the French cyclomotor, and I stopped this conductor that there is a permission to drive in the habilitation. It is similar to this conduction to the bike, like Uruguay, which is the contracting part. This cannot be significant, but the declarations is still going on in the United Nations. But the question is, does the Brazilian government aims to change? Is it going to, if they change, they're going to. Since we do not have any questions from the internet, do we have one question? Not from the internet, but I would like to say, of course. Through the internet, no. Now we are going to open here. Please.
Thank you for the very interesting discussions. I just wanted to reflect on a couple of points. One is that the issue of motorcycles is quite complex, as all of you have said, and in fact it's becoming increasingly relevant even for North American and European countries, because in the last 5 years we have seen a resurgence or an emergence of micromobility, scooters, electric scooters, similar modes that are somewhere in between. And so this idea of having micromobility and managing that is quite important. But I also wanted to reflect on the point that I believe Mr. Antonio de Souza had made, in the sense that I think it's important to consider what the safe system really means when we're talking about motorcycles in this context. A lot of people assume that the safe system means that we have to take care of infrastructure, we have to take care of the vehicle safety, and then we have to take care of the individual behaviors. But when you have a situation where you've described, where people have no choice but to do that because of economic situations, because they can't afford any other means, because there are no other means, because they don't have a car. I'm sure then I think we have to reconsider what the safe system really means. I'm sure that the family you put up, the picture of the family that you put up, I'm sure if they could afford to, the father would buy a car and put his family in that car and not subject his family with 2 kids on that. And so when we're thinking about the safe systems, I think we have to keep in mind that our primary responsibility is to ensure that the system is responding to the needs of all road users. And we have to then realize that safety is not an option. When you make safety an option, then we are failing as a system. So the solution, of course, is to say, well, how can you get that person not to do that? Well, it's to have better access to transport. It's to have better public transportation for the families. So I think that's the challenge. But if we continue to say that in that situation, we have to, as you've said, if we're focusing on education, if we're focusing on training people, I think we are missing the point of the safe system. And I want to agree with you in the sense that you're saying that it is not about a choice, because when people don't have a choice, then you cannot talk about education, you cannot talk about risk behavior, you cannot talk about enforcement. So, and we see this across the world. In Malaysia, where I did my training, 50% of the motorized traffic are motorcycles. And Malaysia was one of the first countries to actually implement a motorcycle lane, a dedicated motorcycle lane. And similar to what you described, the lane didn't work because they had 3/4 of the road allocated for cars and one tiny little lane for motorcycles, when 50% of the motorized traffic is motorcycles. In Indonesia, that number is 80%. So the question that we're asking is, why would we consider having a dedicated lane for 80% of the motorcycle population, 80% of the motorized traffic? So I think this is part of what we're talking about when we say that we need a paradigm shift. We need to rethink our transport systems altogether and not just assume that safe systems means that we have to focus on vehicle infrastructure and behavior. Because if you design systems that are not made for motorcycles, there's no point in continuing to say that we have to change the behavior of motorcycles. And I think that the motorcycle situation is very complex because in the United States, you have, as you've already said, there are different types of motorcyclists. There are those people that ride very small. There are people that ride motorcycles for sports. And so often when we lump them all into one category, we say, well, motorcycles are very risky. They take a lot of risks. But the majority of motorcycle riders in many parts of the world are those that you showed in your picture. Their families, in my home country, my cousins drive motorcycles. And in fact, they themselves put their children on their motorcycle. I've seen it. So, but what do I tell them? You're misbehaving and you should put a helmet on your child? Well, it's not as easy as that. And I think this is why in this new decade of action and in the global plan, we really do call for a paradigm shift. We're calling for people to rethink mobility. And maybe the solution is actually that we need to invest more in public transport in those rural populations so that we don't actually have people riding motorcycles because they have no other choices. So that maybe it shouldn't be a mule to motorcycle. Maybe it should be a mule to bus, mule to metro. And maybe that's the goal that we should be striving for. And I realize that that is not easy, but that is in fact the challenge that many of us in the world are facing. And until I think we start to focus on what the real issues are and what the real long-term solutions are, I think we will forever see the situation where you have high numbers of people dying, high numbers of people misbehaving or violating the law because they have no other choice. And I think that's a point that we have to really take into consideration. So thank you for your point. And I just wanted to fully agree with the need that many of you have already said to sort of rethink how we approach this issue, because it's an extremely important one and it's an extremely challenging and complex one that we will not simply answer by saying we have to educate motorcyclists more, we have to increase the enforcement for motorcyclists, because that's not going to be enough if we have systems that are fundamentally not designed for them. Thank you.
Okay, let's go. My English is not so good, so I understood some things that, well, I'm going to point here. So I put here the issue of the motorcycle needs to be understood in two different situations. Okay. But I just wanted to comment the following. There is the issue of the big and small cities. You said about the United States and then countries of smaller income. So countries with a greater income, there are the issue of to having this role that the panel put here of the reality of Sao Paulo and richer cities and the reality of smaller cities which have lower incomes. And I think it's fundamental to this issue that to deal with the situation in a specific way for each situation. I think that most of the time the revenue called and said, why it worked in one country, then I'm going to repeat this in another country. It worked in one city, then I'll repeat in another city. I did not say here the issue of the PSI and PVT, the program Life in Traffic and Health in School. They work with this issue of the local reality. So it is important to work the local reality to identify what's the problem there. If it's in the big city, now let's fix the issue of the big city. If it's a small city, then you have to fix the issue of this small city. So this is a point that I wanted to highlight here. And another point that I did not comment here that we ended up running here due to the time I was not able to quote here is that we also need to be harder. We said this before when we talked about these preparation meetings, because why do we still buy motorcycles in supermarkets in Brazil? Because if a 16-year-old boy, if you give them 5,000 reals, they go into the supermarket, they buy this bike, and they go on top of it, and then even take pictures to celebrate, look what I bought, and then they go and drive this motorcycle. And then we do not question the manufacturers and accept this reality. So to buy a medicine, then you need to have a receipt and to put a form, to fill a form. So to buy a phone, you need to do this. To buy a gun, we need to do the form. Why do we buy a motorcycle without having a driver's license? Followed by this. Two comments here, very objective one. First, this reality that you show that you can photograph in Sao Paulo. And the essence is the same. That is the risk that is supplemented by the need of transport, like Mr. Nam said. So the National Association of Transport we do not like when the city of São Paulo puts exclusive layers within the public areas for motorcycles. They did in two specific situations, one lasted 3 to 4 hours and the other some days. There were accidents, but they would substitute a lane of traffic to be dedicated to motorcycles. This is not treating the road with equity. This is what the law determines. The space needs to be used in a equitable way. So half of the demand, the motorized demand is of buses. So the priority is for buses. The second aspect that I would like to emphasize is that the current lane from the Avenue 13 of 8 is not the one taken from the traffic. The Australians from the state of Victoria call it split line. Split line. I do not remember the order, but which is to divide. And that in San Francisco, the patrol call it. No. In Australia, is filtering lane, which is in the measure that the traffic is stopping, you allow that the corridor is put there. So in fact, it exists, it's a reality, it exists. What it never had was a signaling that would say the state entered here to say that this is possibly going to work. So the second thing in the United States and California, they use the split lane. So you allow that in the reduction of traffic, this experience from Sao Paulo has this sense. It's an experience. We are going to see the result of this. But from the point of view that you said, you were right. First, the states need to give the adequate transport for people so that they not use something in a risky and inadequate way. Second, the state has to use the lane in equitable way with equity. Using the public space is a public resource, is not ampliable because you need to be treated with equity. So some things that I just would like to point in your speech. Thank you very much.
Nós temos última pergunta.
We have a last question, Deborah. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank the opportunity to be here discussing such an important issue like this, and I would like to do some collocations here, which I think that are very important when Dr. Nespoli pointed to the issue of laws, and I agree with you. I am a professor in terminology. I am a nurse. We work the impact of the code of law and the trial law, and we verified that certainly these were law that worked in our country. Like the second thing I would like to say is that when the professor asks how health can be directly related to the diminishing of deaths in respect to traffic. And in this perspective, I would like to include the university with an important role when we say professionals, health professionals are many. And then from physical therapy, pharmacy, biomedicine, phonoaudiology, odontology, psychology, nutrition, and physical education, and among others. In this perspective, we can give an example that we have been using, and I'm part of this program, Life in Traffic, since 2017 in the implementation of City of Maringá. And in this perspective, Professor, we have seen positive results when we talk about the teaching for health professionals, when we talk about research, when we talk about health professionals that become masters, doctors, and postdoctors, with the focus in reducing mortality by traffic accidents. And when we talk about the extension, in this perspective, I would like to give an example from the program Life in Traffic in Maringá, with projects like focusing to reduce mortality in old people, students. We are into this critical age, all in universities. And when we discuss this theme and consider the university in this perspective beyond the laws, the institutions that are already instituted in programs that we know there are right in our country, we think that is a discussion that is very important and pertinent, mainly referring to the health area. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of you. Can you do the final considerations, please? Well, thank you very much for the participants of the panel. Thank you for all of you who participated here, were following us. I hope that we leave here with some kind of notion of the size of the challenge that mobility, that the travels by motorcycles represent, the damages that they have caused, in this way of mobility. We need to make changes in this right behavior of the state, society, all of them. Is not to take the bikes, is to promote security, like Nam said, even though it is in this way, in this mode of mobility. Thank you very much. Okay, now I would like to invite you all for lunch. We had left a longer time for lunch to have this buffer because we knew that we could have delays that this theme brings. So that's why I would like to ask us to return at 14:15. So we're going to have lunch down below. We can have a calm lunch talk and return. Thank you very much.
to our last panel, and we ask everyone to please take a seat. Good afternoon. Let's continue our programming. Now we will have panel 6, the last one in our program. It's called Transportation Planning and Inclusion, Mobility, Gender, and Race. In this panel, we will have as a moderator Kamimura from the Human Rights NPO, Pan American Health Organization, Brazil. Welcome. Thank you. And to compound this table, we will have 4 participants. Let's call Mr. Nantran, who will be representing the World Health Organization, please. Thank you very much. Welcome. Paulo Henrique da Silva Santarém. Gláucia Pereira. Gláucia is a researcher from the Institute Researcher on Urban Mobility. Welcome. And Adriana Cristina da Silva Souza, an urban mobility specialist. Welcome. So, I would like to give the floor So now go ahead and have a great work. Good afternoon to everyone who is watching us here. Paulo Henrique had some problems and we're trying to reach him to participate. The proposal now for this panel is to discuss transport planning and inclusion, with a special focus on the issue of mobility, gender, and race. Remembering that the action plan of the decade, in a discussion about the perspective of gender, and to guarantee the perspective of the gender in the transport planning, and considering the context of our country, of Brazil, understanding that a gender perspective is also very important to ally with other issues that interrelate with the issue of gender, we are going to be discussing with a higher focus inclusion in the transport planning and allying the issue of gender and race and mobility. So for us to begin this discussion, Adriana is going to make a quick presentation and we will have some questions with our team of specialists here on this panel. So, Adriana, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I would like to salute my panelists that is a very diverse panel, which makes me very happy. I would also like to congratulate Paho for this inclusion of gender and race and others. So for us to start talking about inclusion planning, we separated this presentation into two stages. One, which is more conceptual, and maybe for us to start reflecting about what is planning in this modality of mobility, gender, and race. And then we're going to bring data for us to understand how gender and race is related to everything that we've talked about since the beginning of the event. It's this one, right? So for us to talk about race and ethnicity and racism, I brought to you Professor Munanga, who is a professor at the University in São Paulo, and he made this article in a conceptual approach of the notions of race and racism, ethnicity and identity. It's very good to read it. He takes a historic look of of the time since we started dividing people into race in the 14th century. But what I would like to take a special look at, since we're dealing with data, in the 18th century, there was a divider for us to identify the human race, which was divided into three races, the white, the black, and the yellow race. But it's more important that there was a group of people that wanted to divide the races. He took a look at everyone and he said, oh, I know, let's divide by the color of your skin. And the color of the skin is going to be the divider, which we're going to use, the criteria. But if we take a look at the data about all the heritage that we have, melanin is less than 1% that designates the color of our skin. So that's why the human separated the races in this way. And this comes to try to understand how our collective imaginary perpetuates this idea of race with these four words: privilege, power, hierarchy, and oppression. These are the words that made me make this presentation for you. Let's think, because this is more about reflection. How does the division of race and of gender, why do we perpetuate this still? So the separation of race is not only the separation of the color of the human being, but it's the perpetuation of a power of one race over the other one, the perpetuation of one gender over the other one. This is what we're trying to talk about here. So bringing the idea of gender, I brought Scotch because she brought not only the idea of gender and the talks about it, but in the end of the 80s, she said, guys, it's not worth for us to just debate gender. Let's put an analytic tool for us to be able to understand how we analyze gender in everything that we are doing. Everywhere, we can analyze everything, not only gender and race. And to finish this conceptual part, while one group of people, feminists, women, are discussing gender, another group that, for example, has a greater number of men and black people, some people said, okay, wait, we are discussing race and gender, but where is the black woman where you are discussing? Because I'm not contemplated in neither of the situations. So she said, let's try to make some connections of where everyone is, this complexity of identity that we have, of all the social inequalities that we carry with us. And just to finish this idea, it's not only about gender and race, it also talks about age and how we include older people in our field, the origin, the cultural part of a person, and how all of this influences in the diversity that we have. And we can see how gender and race is compounded in our transport sector. If we think about employability in our sector, we can see that 87% of our sector is made up of men. So this means that there is there's some inequality here. But when we start to divide it even more, if we take a look at race and color, practically 45% of everyone that works in the transport sector are white. And if we cut even deeper and ask what's the percentage of black women that work in transport, it's less than 1%. All our sector has less than 1% of black women working here. I think that it's you can see that if you take a look at our auditorium here. And still in employability, because of the pandemic, the men that ride bicycle to make deliveries, it had a boom. And Klaus, I can talk about this as well. Who are these people? Who works in this situation? Why do they work here? When we start to discuss gender, race, inclusion, and these things, we always have to ask the question, who are these people? Who are we doing this for? Who are the beneficiaries? So this research pointed out that 71% of all these people that work as bicycle delivery people are black men with a low income. So why are they there? That's what we have to understand. Going to our transport matrix and taking the research from São Paulo, we see who utilizes public transport the most and who uses the automobile the most to move around in the city, and who uses the public transport, especially buses. 58% are women, so there's a high number of women that use the public transportation. And when we see who is usually driving the cars, we already go to 68% of men driving buses and such. So usually women are more taking the bus as public transport, and men are usually driving it. So now we can see to who we make our public policies if we want to make the roads greater, and we can see who this benefits. When we ask the question, okay, so men are the ones that drive the most. Are they the ones that have more cars? Who are the people that have more vehicles? One research from POF from 2017, 2018 brought us the following facts. Of all families divided in race, only the black families, but before this data was presented, you can already see who has an automobile in Brazil. 74% of the people in our country do not have automobiles. So less people have automobiles than have automobiles. So let's try to understand who these people are. Only if we take a look at black families, it goes to 70% that don't have a car. When we take a look at only white family, this number goes down to 30%. It's a very big difference. When we take a look at motorcycles, that was talked about a lot in the last panel, and speed, etc., the most curious aspect is that from everything that we have in our city, 78% don't have motorcycles. We have a population that doesn't have motorcycles. So who are these people that do have motorcycles? And when we take a look at only black people, this number goes to 76, and when it's white families, it goes to 83. So white families have less motorcycles than the black families. Why could this be? Deaths in traffic, which we talked about a lot, where the motorcycle riders are ahead. I took this graph from Penatran itself, and then we have the automobile users, the pedestrians, etc. So who dies most in traffic? Motorcycle riders, right? The motorcyclist, and it could even be the entire family, as we saw before. There is a question here that I let go, but I am not going to go back because it might create problems. We discuss a lot about speed limits and speed. Oh, it went back. Great. Why don't we start discussing with the automobile companies that manufacture the companies? Because the cars are always getting faster. Automobiles can get up to 200, 300 kilometers an hour. If we apply this speed limit here in the city, why don't we talk to them as well? Let's talk to them. We're always trying to dry off a block of ice. So we don't talk to the people that manufacture the cars. In a research in Rio de Janeiro, it says that people that die in traffic are usually men, young, black, and poor. That's the profile of those riding motorcycles that die in traffic. But DataSUS also brings us that almost 60% of the population that die in traffic are also black people. So there is something that is not correct there. If 60% are black people and the people that die the most are the motorcycle riders that are also black, we need to understand what is happening. There, it has to alert us. And to finish, to start this discussion with everyone here, when we take a look, practically all the projects of transport planning, mobility, and etc., has a tendency to not take a look at the gender and other inclusions. We think that maybe it's difficult and inflexible. And so there is an absence of data for us to understand. This is our first argument. If we don't have arguments, we can't understand what's happening. And if we have 87% of all our transport sector made up of men, we have the strategy, the operational and tactical area of male domination. Do we not have to amplify our thought in this situation? Is everything that we are producing, is it and perpetuating? Who are we benefiting? Can we maybe not understand the social cultural aspects that permeate our operation, our monitoring? These results that we are collecting, even about the reduction of crashes and deaths, did our traffic jams go lower? Is the pollution, could we remove it? The noise, could we get rid of it? Did the public health get better? What about public space in the city? And then I'll leave about 4 questions for you here. If we talk about speeding, this increase in the speed limit benefits who? The bad situation of the public transport, who is it benefiting? Who is benefiting from all these situations? That's what I wanted to pass to you. And now the ball is in your court. Thank you very much. Thank you, Adriana. And I would also like to thank Paiki, who arrived here. The idea of this panel, as we said before, is to discuss the idea of transport planning and inclusion with a greater focus on mobility, gender, and race. And let's remember that today, which is the second day of our meeting, with so many themes having been discussed today, this morning, and also commenting a little bit about something that was said earlier about what does road safety really mean? What is the need of the people? And how are we responding with this this decade action plan, thinking about our reality, the reality of our country with the meeting that is foreseen soon, but focusing, of course, in relation to the decade about road safety. So, Nan, why do we deal with this transportation? Why is this a mark in the strategy? And what are the alternatives for the actions, thinking about this action plan for the decade? Why deal with this issue? Is it relevant to discuss the perspective of gender, of race? Let's remember that there is a issue of the perspective of gender in the planning, in transport planning, in the scope of the decade. But what's the relevance of us discussing this with the context of the action of the decades?
Thanks very much for the question. Let me respond by saying I think when we think about transport and mobility, we often think about roads, cars, vehicles, and we think about them as very sort of physical, structural things, static. I think we often forget that transport and mobility and transport systems are actually social systems. They're actually about people. They're actually about people moving about. And when we look at it as a social system, I think it becomes much more obvious why we need to consider gender, race, and other social considerations. When we were developing the global plan for the Decade of Action 21-2030, we recognize that as we move forward, we cannot continue to sort of adopt the same approach that has been used in the planning of transport for all the reasons that Adriana has highlighted, in the sense that we recognize that there are important differences in who dies, who is injured, but we also recognize that men and women have fundamentally different transport needs and transport patterns. In the United States, for example, women take shorter trips but more frequent trips, whereas men tend to take longer trips. And if you think about the highways that are built or the roads that are built in the United States, they're built to accommodate much longer trips. So it's very obvious from what perspective the transport systems were being built. And I think the point that we're trying to highlight here is that when we have transport systems that are not inclusive, we put ourselves and the society and people in the situation that we saw previously in the last panel. Our colleague showed the picture of the family on the motorcycle, the husband, the wife, and the two children. And we put people in a situation where they're not included. And that's a perfect example of transport systems that are not inclusive, because they're fundamentally not being designed for the needs of lower income people. And we see this across the world. Aside from the racial and ethnic differences in terms of who dies, we also know that people who are poorer, who are less educated, become much more vulnerable because they tend to be the ones that cannot afford cars. They tend to be the ones that are walking and bicycling. And when the infrastructure is designed for the cars and are favoring the car use, it's obvious then who is dying. So what we recognize that it was not enough to simply say that we need to pay more attention to the differences in terms of gender, or the differences in terms of the ethnicities, or the differences in terms of socioeconomic status. We have to sort of fundamentally rethink the transport systems and to think about what are the needs of the society, what are the needs of the different segments of society, and how do we respond to those needs? And I think that's really the fundamental challenge, because it is possible for us to build the most beautiful roads that meet, technical standards. But if we're not actually able to help or enable people, all people, to move about and to function, to get, as I said, to their jobs, to their homes, to take their children to the hospitals, or to go to school, then I think the transport systems or the roads, no matter how beautiful they are failing the population. And fundamentally, that's really why we have advocated so strongly for the inclusion of gender, the inclusion of socioeconomic status, and the inclusion of race to be part of the discussion as we talk about planning and as we talk about actually making changes to transport and mobility systems. And that was really the main reasons why that has been grounded in the new global plan. I have to admit that that was a small paragraph that was included, but it was a very important paragraph that we were very insistent on putting in there because of this reason.
Thank you very much, Don. And really, it is a small part, a small paragraph in the action plan, but it potentializes a change in the regard perspective in the plan itself. And with that in mind, of the need of a road safety, thinking about the necessity of people who are going to use those roads and who are those people, and based on what Adriana brought, this data and such, I'm going to call you Paiki, okay, Paulo Henrique, because I know a lot of people know you. Paiki, he is based on this, what is the issue? Why deal with this racial issue in the context of mobility here in the country? Well, good afternoon to all. Well, to deal with the racial issue in the mobility of the country, this is a specific reason for this. I would say that the first answer would be that the racial issue is structured and it structures and will structure the way that collective transport is organized in the country, how mobility is organized in the country. I'm going to use here some tools, analytic tools that we work to approach this issue and begin with a metaphor that is not as a metaphorical, but the first global way of transport of massive of people regular was not voluntary, and we can think of something like a black ship in a violent way to transport people from one continent to another that maybe has some relation to with transport, slave ships. So we are talking that racism in the country is something structural, that they structures the social relations, also its institutions in the concept of structural racism. And by analyzing the history of collective transport and mobility in the country, we can understand different moments in which the racial dimension structured decisions, orientations, and concerns of the elites that would determine how the city and mobility were happening in Brazil, so that the racial dimension would be at the center, very relevant in the development of mobility. And then we can take some elements of this part. So the structuring of the Brazilian city in the next century was reoriented in most of the part by the eugenism, changing the purity ratio, and about the sanitary reforms that took the black population that was in the cortiços to outside the city. And they went to what we call the favelas, also with the population of the camp. And then this is a way of mobility that the black population has spaces there. So then they have the white territories and the black territories, in which we can show in all Brazilian capitals and all the great Brazilian cities, and smaller one and in the average ones. The structure of circulation of people in the city were oriented by a type of police violence, a violence that was happening there, or of the placement, where the social dimension is very relevant. And also we saw the perspective of the country and of the ample systems of transport, not only the collective transport, but the individual one, those who are managers, proprietors, and those who are the one that develop technology for the mobility policy, not only are in the great part white and in some dimension connected to the period of the eugenistic science, like we told in the years 1940s and 1930s. These are structures for mobility connected to this type of policy and a type of thought and racial purity, which was somehow subliminal, not said, but that we have events in the policy that became more explicit. We can even see another dimension, the transport technologies of the country, especially of collective transport. Now there is a difference in which collective transport in the country is not structured technologically like in most countries in the world. Here we have the part of the truck we have a truck mixed with a bus. It's not the same manufacturer, but there are similar technologies. Here the buses do not have traction, do not have the technological organization to guarantee comfort, and no economic organization. The economic organization is a structure that the more people we have inside it, the more money they're going to bring. So you do not need, we want less comfort, but now we're going to get more money, and this they guarantee its functioning. The structure of the collective transport is economically like this. If the greatest part of the population is in this collective transport, if the transport lines that go to the most black neighborhoods in the city reach them in a bad way, in not sufficient times, with fuel lines, the type of structure of the transport and the technology favors so that the black population is also prejudiced in the collective transport. So this is a ratio guide that goes from the urban and the technological reaching the economical. And now observing different modes of the structure of the transport, this is just an example, but just being very summarized, the black population is prejudiced in the bike transport, in the car transport with more injuries, like it was said before, crashes, and with the number of spaces for the management of transport to define the way that that is determined, also in this urban circulation, be it on foot, by car, to be approached or having said as not belonging to the center spaces of the city, and also harmed in the structures of the apps now for with the transport with apps, and a recent concept of racist algorithmical racism. So for these reasons, we understood, because we're many people, so it's a we, what we call racial mobility, that the concept of racial mobility needs to be understood in the structure of the development of transport, and alongside it, the concept that would be of black mobility, how the black mobility movements itself in relation to a racial system that harmed their circulation through the space. To understand this, we can think about mobility policies that are anti-racist. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paiki. Some structures that favor or not the circulation and the transport of people, and then thinking that for the planning, for this discussion, it evidences data, to have information about this. It's also very important. And Glaucia, you that work in this issue to produce data, research, how has this production of information been in relation to mobility? How, with this taking part, we do not have that many information with this data, and as have been talking with road safety is to talk about the accessibility, but who are these people and how, what are the challenges, the opportunities that they have in relation to the management of data with these clippings, with these parts? Good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure to be here. I work with data, and what we see is that certainly when we have statistics like this one that Adriana brought, they are still not, in fact, intersectorial. It's difficult for us to have databases that make us to be able to extract from them knowledge. And when we have this data, we do not have a lot of deepness in it. So for example, before yesterday, we talked about the base from SIN, from the unified system of mortality from SUS. And in this database, we have data of race there and data of sex, the gender, and this is very important. However, when we analyze this data, we can see that the distribution of race mainly does not follow the distribution that is hoped for the that there are more black people dying, like Adriana mentioned. However, we can see that this data of is not as qualified, because different from the survey from my BGE, it self-declared the data is inferred. It can be through a medical team or by the family itself. So this generates an error margin in this data. Is a good data, but we still need to understand how to take care of this. But I would like to take a step back and say that the great challenge is how, like we know, most of people working with transport are white people. I would not need as a black woman to be here. In fact, I think that the great challenge is to bring so that people that already work with this can understand the importance of working with this without us needing to have a sole person, two people to be talking about this. And I think that it's more important for us also to highlight that for those who never worked with this, maybe they're thinking, well, we have so many problems to solve. We have all the issue of traffic, road safety, and we still need to think about racism. It's not like this. What you're saying is that, no, it's not that the actions to consider race in mobility will solve racism. No, it's a structural racism. What we are saying is that to bring the component of race will help to answer everything that we have been discussing until now. It's not that doing an action of bringing racism is not to bring racism for the debate will solve the issue of racism. What we notice is that in different societies, the social markers for difference, and this is the term used in the social science to talk about which markers are most important depending by the region. In Brazil, what we know now is that race is much more important than others that could be considered. This dimension of racism in Brazil is very important. For example, in the United States, it could be the person having a visa or not. In Brazil, race is a determinant, a social marker of the difference, and is important in this consideration. So when we talk about bringing data of gender and race, we are talking about the importance, for example, of having indicators in the strategical and technical and operational levels that consider these dimensions. And through easy measures, be it from the registry of the ticket for transport, the sole ticket, or in provisions like the one from Renaeste that is there being implemented, in fact, and is not explicit the issue of gender and race. So these situations will make it possible for us to change this paradigm and to bring these answers. For so many questions that were put here, for example, someone was questioned here, why are the number of deaths not as impacting? Because there is this enormous silence in the media in relation to the death or motorcyclists. Well, we know that there is in a country a genocide of the black population, especially of black men, and these are these black men who are dying in these bikes. So if we do not bring for the debate that the media in itself and society in itself will not consider this death of these motorcyclists in the same way that they do not show the deaths in favelas. They only stay there for a few hours in the media. This is the same concern. And we can, from then on, bringing this data to have this opportunity of solving these problems. Thank you, Glaucia. We are not, it's not going to be in the panel that you're going to solve all the problems or challenges that we have. However, it is in a panel that we can problematize, discuss, reflect some issues. Yesterday in the morning, in the opening, in the discussion of this meeting, we talked about, and first, the idea to save lives, and also think that which lives are we able to save? How are we doing this? How can we save more lives? And with this regard of the meeting in these 2 days, of the decade of action, and in the mark of this decade, now, how have other countries dealt with this issue of the perspective of gender, thinking about the planning of transport, and what are the good practices, or what are the experiences, learned lessons that can be implemented, thinking that we are in these 2 days preparing to take these discussions to the meeting, and now we still have a decade to think of many actions. So some good practices, experiences that you could share with us? Are there some of them from other countries' experiences for us to evaluate here in a international level?
Thanks for that. And in fact, I was just going to build on what Glaucia has said, because I think one of the things that Glaucia has said is actually part of the solution. I think, having data and evidence is extremely critical, because without that, we're unable to see some of the impact of the institutional biases. And I think that really what we're talking about are biases. And I think I want to emphasize that because, you know, the second part of the solution, I mean, Glaucia, you were saying that it's important for planners to understand the impact of the data so that they can make better decisions. But I'd like to say and put out there, perhaps provocatively, that as an Asian American man, as a yellow person, as you put it, Adriana, I will never be able to understand what it's like to be a brown woman. And I don't think that as informed or as enlightened as I'd like to believe that I am, that I would make the same decisions as a transport planner as a brown woman or an Asian woman or a black man. So I think having data and having the evidence to support that is part of the solution. The second part of the solution is to actually have an inclusive planning process. And by that, I mean we need to go beyond just consultations. In the past, you know, we often talked about the importance of consulting with marginalized communities. We talked about the importance of having conversations with minority populations. But the implication there is that the people that are doing the consulting are the men or the people that are from the mainstream population. And so you're asking people to say, well, you as transport planners, maybe you're white, maybe you're men, should go talk to women about what their needs are. And I don't see a reason for that anymore. I think more and more we've recognized that we don't need to be asking women what they want so that we can make the decisions for them. We should just have women make the decisions for themselves. And I think that if we go back to the example about, you know, what does it really mean to have an inclusive mobility system? I think that if we charged our governments with the responsibility of saying, you need to actually make mobility and transport systems that reach or meet the needs of all parts of your population, I don't think that we would actually end up with systems that are largely dominated by cars, because we know for a fact that they exclude a big part of the population. I actually think that you would see more systems that are more centered around public transport or more communal modes of transport. You might actually see mobility and transport systems that are more centralized, that are focused on more shorter trips. And I don't think that we will get there if we only have one segment of the population making those decisions. So the simple answer to your question is that we need the evidence and we need the data, and we actually need the representation from the different parts of society, whether we want to look at it from a perspective of race, gender, socioeconomic status, to be part of the decision-making process. Otherwise, we will continue to bring our own biases. And I want to reiterate that, you know, we all have our own biases. And I think that it's inevitable. And part of what the data helps us to do is to recognize those biases, but they don't help us erase those biases, because we will always bring that. And I think part of the way forward is for us to acknowledge that we have the biases. And because of that, we need to invite other people to the table to make the decisions.
Thank you very much, Nan. And this reminds me of our discussion about people with deficiencies that we had. And one of the models was nothing about us without us. So we have to involve those people that use the transport and have a effective participation of those that are affected. And having this in mind, I think that we can continue this discussion about how we can think about the discussion of mobility, right, Paiki? With a little bit more inclusion, to be involving the perspective. Is there a difference between men and women? There is a important racial issue in the country, and how can we elevate this experience in consideration to have a transport planning that is a little bit more inclusive, right? And how can we be doing this without only councils? And what are the measures that we have, and how can we think about mobility that is more inclusive, anti-racist? How can we bring these perspectives? There is a mark of comprehension of the institutional racism of how to fight it. Racism is a historic problem that began and has characteristics of indeterminate periods, and it structures society. And at a certain moment, from certain events and phenomena, and some perceptible issues that can be diagnosed and thought, because it's dealing with a structural dimension, of course, that it has to be a simple and succinct fight. Having this in our perspective, we have to understand that mobility and transport can be converted from racist institutions to institutions that fight racism. So we have affirmative action things in university for public contest and different situations. This type of action can be implemented in public transport. It's not about a scorched earth or an irreversible scenario. And of course, I think Glaucia has been working with this a lot. The constitution of data and the data about the criteria in transportation is fundamental from a global perspective, from a strategic perspective for analysis and the comprehension of the history of transport. And for this, it's fundamental. First of all, the definition, the institutional definition, which is a more broader definition, that transport has to be, or mobility has to be a space for the fight against racism that is a part of society. And from this definition, we have the need for anti-racist policies specific for transport. This is an institutional definition. We can define this through policies made by social movements, and which is what we did with, for example, university quotas, or it can be something where we consolidate many anti-racist policies for a certain sector based on this data that was said before. Here we have some types of them, some proposals that have to be discussed and evaluated. But there are some mobility indicators, for example, the urban technology, how the vehicles are structured, the change from the resource perspective, and the definition of what is a quality criteria and lucrative and mobility criteria. Is there a way to change these indicators that have racial impact? So this is a technical debate and a political debate that we need to have. There is also the possibility of, together with the communities, which I think is fundamental, the involvement of these communities, together with the participation of the communities in the management of transport, we need to analyze, for example, mobility by buses or subway. Who defines these mobilities are the managers, politicians, and businessmen, who are usually men, and who uses them the most and don't decide on it. It's usually the users and the workers, so which are usually women and black people, and there is a diversity in these sectors of society. So we have to modify these management structure, and we have to institutionally have a comprehension of the institution of mobility with the participation of the other communities. If black people can get to an entrepreneurial position or in politics, we need to see the potentiality of this. But nowadays they are also in the positions where we can give these people a voice to decide with us, and we need to recognize points of vulnerability of race and gender. And I think that when we're talking about gender, it's not only a good thing because black people also suffer a lot of prejudice. So this about mobility is very important to talk about, and there is something that also creates vulnerability for the black population. If there is a time where people cannot go to a certain neighborhood, for example, at 10 o'clock, this is a vulnerability for a black population. There's a vulnerability in how the vehicles are structured, how are the technologies created, and the capacity of these vehicles, even the cars that daily drives a long distance, 40, 50 kilometers because of the distance of black territories where black people live from the center of the city. There is a technological work that we have to do with these vehicles, because the vehicles that have to go these long distances, they usually don't have airbags. And so they are not safe, for example, a collision or something. And most population that are in these long distances, they don't have these safety mechanisms that they need to have. So we have a debate of the bicycles and of the guarantee of road safety. And when we're talking about urban infrastructure and the police attention as well, and the public security and health, when there is a car crash or a vehicle crash, there's a difference in how black people and white people are treated. And there's also the idea of accessibility. Of course, that if we debate the idea of the city, it's important that the city doesn't make us walk a long distance. But the idea of cities in humanity is the possibility of different people to live on a dense space and interexchange ideas, and with that develop. And this is only able to do with mobility. If there's no mobility for the people to get together, the city loses its value and its function. The price today is a way nowadays for black people and the black population not to meet up in the city, not to have this flow and the human potential inside of the city. So the price policies nowadays needs to be fought in a way to increase mobility and to increase the city potential for the black population. I think that's everything I wanted to say. Thank you, Paiki. This makes me reflect about what's the possibilities of meetings that we want to improve if we think about mobility. And with this in mind, all these issues of us bringing other actors and players into this discussion, the differentiated perspective in relation to mobility, of road safety. And Glaucia, as you have worked with this issue of data generation, evidences in relation to this, how is this decision in how is this discussion in the decision-making scope talked about in relation to the participation, the social participation? How is this data being used in the decision-making in relation to road safety, but also in relation to this perspective of gender that has an intersection with race? Well, it's important that we say that we don't have a lot of data. So what we can do is to generate good hypotheses, and this is already an excellent starting point because of the situation that we have. So to generate hypotheses from the data that we don't have. And as was shown before, we have few women in the decision-making positions for transportation. And of course, we have that number of 87%, which is the data from HICE, which Adriana brought us. There is an issue that there are a lot of people in the operation, and maybe in the more managerial part, we can arrive to 20-30% of women in the transportation center. Here we see many women, but in the operation itself, in the municipalities, it's not as high. So I think to consider the hiring of women, as was said, we have to bring people close so that they can make the decision and not to only ask them how to make the decisions. There is an issue as well that is the issue of gender that falls back on women, which is about care. Women are responsible for making these trips for care. And what are these trips? They are trips to take care of other people, to take care of the house, to bring the kids to school, to take care of the sick parents, to visit relatives that are sick, to do things that are not for the people themselves, for the women themselves. And this falls back on the women in the Brazilian society and in Latin America in general. So what happens? We have this issue of social participation of women, that the most events happen in times where women cannot go or are not able to leave the children anywhere, and aren't able to be part of these events. So the social participation is data that we really don't have because these people aren't even present to participate. So that's one of the issues. There is something that was said a lot here, which is the idea of the price of the injuries and accidents and deaths in traffic, what the calculations are. And Professor Micheli even yesterday said to include the cost that this has to the families. I would like to add an issue of gender there, that in the case of the injured people that survive, who takes care of these injured people are women, and these women have to leave their activities, have to stop their career, what they are doing, to take care of these injured people. That is a gender cost that has not been computed, that falls back on this part of society. And this other data, which is a hypothesis, we don't have this data. We've never calculated this data. I don't know if the health sector has this data, which is exactly the one that takes care of these people, and what did they have to stop doing so that they could take care of the injured people, because it's obviously a gender issue. So it's very difficult to talk about data and to talk about the lack of data. So something else that I wanted to say as well is that I am not a specialist in gender, nor a specialist in race. I'm a specialist in urban mobility. I've worked with this a long time. We actually got sucked into this theme by necessity and because of the understanding that this is a very important subject. So we have to also ask for the advice of other specialists in gender and race. I think that Adriana didn't work with gender as well before working with urban mobility. So I think that this is an issue that we have to understand, that we need to hire more people and employ more people, more Black people and women, and incentivize this social participation. And I don't have the answer to how to do this, to bring other people that are specialists and understand that that's it. We need to some and always more understand that we need data and information on all levels to really be able to advance in this theme. But that's it. We can, through research and reading and discussions, improve these potentialities of gender and race to include them in mobility. This care work that is usually not paid, it usually falls back traditionally on women. And of course, then we have a whole discussion about the division of tasks and jobs and work and all of this, and highlighting the need to bring other contribution from other areas to this debate in relation to this construction of this intersectoral construction. So before we go to the questions, maybe we could make a very quick round thinking about the issue of the meeting and what the important points are to be taken with us in the scope of the meeting and that we will have in the end of June. But I would also like to have a perspective and invite you to have a perspective that goes a little bit beyond this meeting and the contribution that the Brazilian state is going to be bringing, but thinking about the perspective of the decade of action. We are thinking of something action for 2030. We are identifying some that are very important, but what are some strategies, alternatives that the panel here would suggest to talk about? Important points for us to keep in mind in our discussion in relation to inclusion, but with this focus and perspective of gender, to think about that men and women are treated differently. And when we think about women, there are men and women and the diversity that is included in this. And adding that to the racial issue, which here in Brazil is a very important mark and component, a social component that really differentiates. And so how can we talk about some of these issues thinking about the meeting, but of course as well with the perspective of the decade. So this is up for everyone. I don't know if Nan wants to make some remarks, or else we could go to the other ones.
Sure, I'll make some very brief remarks. I think, this conversation itself is an important step forward because of the fact that we're raising it in the context of how do we implement the types of changes that are going to be necessary to help Brazil and obviously the rest of the world achieve this important target that has been established by the Decade of Action. And I think for me, the important thing that is coming out of this is that we are really making explicit link between safety and inclusiveness. We're making the link between safety and equity, and we're saying in a very explicit way, this panel, in different words, has said that equitable transport systems are inherently safer transport systems. And if we aim to ensure inclusivity in the way that we think about transport planning, we will inherently improve the safety of the transport systems. Because we know that exclusivity, systems that are not inclusive, systems that are not equitable in terms of access, are systems that are less safe. So for me, the fact that we're able to have this conversation, the fact that we are coming together and making this as a statement is already in itself a very important step forward. And I think that that is something that I think, if is taken forward to the high-level meeting in New York, can be a very important message that will help change. I don't have the data, but I'm very curious to know, for example, to look at if we looked at inclusivity as an outcome of transport system in the data that we have, and we're able to look at the participation by different segments of society, it would be very interesting to see what the outcomes are. Because I think anecdotally, we see from different countries, even within the United States, if you look at a city like New York, the participation of those who use the public transport reaches all segments of society. And in some ways, public transport in New York is a very uniting mechanism, social mechanism of social cohesion, because it forces everybody to use it. But that only happens because the system has been created that way. Whereas in other systems, you have systems that are people who have the means choose to take cars, and those that don't have the means have to take the bus. And it's a very dividing system. So obviously safety is an important consideration, but I think social cohesion, equity are also things that we must look for, because as I said at the start, transport and mobility are not just streets and cars and roads and asphalt. They're about people, and they are in essence social and living systems.
Well, I would like to include a million of things here so that we could discuss and we could debate more. But I think that the most important is for us to have in mind that we are plural and we forget this richness that we have. When we do not have this richness in this strategy, so I would like that this discussion was more talked about the possibility to amplify the hearing to being quotes, goals, indicators, something that in fact we can increment with putting practice what we're showing here, because it does not matter if you just stay in debate. I think we need to do something that we can go forward, or else we are going to stay here running in circle and you're going to fall one day. So I think that we need to go forward to have concrete things. 5%, don't we have a reduction of deaths, or 50%? Why can we not have one of to amplify these hearings, to put different people in those debates? So this is the contribution that I would like to give. Okay. Well, I'm going to talk about some things that could go into a structure of goals for this decade. I believe that it's a first goal. It was to amplify and guarantee and potentialize mobility and the circulation in life and the road safety of Black women, the LGBTQ population would be something that could happen and could be sought through it, and to think about policies to structure this. So the development of specific technologies to guarantee, to amplify the participation, the mobility, and also the road safety of women and the LGBTQ population. I think that the development of policies to the collective transport and the non-individual transport, collective and active transport, because it's within them that most of the population, Black people and etc., with road safety, this is a data that the index of people in transport, the index for the people, for the capacity of people in this transport, it's 6 to 8 people reaching until 12 people per square meter. And for cars, 1 person, 1.3 person per square meter. This index makes the collective transport not safe. For each collision, it crash because it does not guarantee any kind of comfort or pleasure for those who do the mobility. So this type of data, this indicator, needs to be faced, and this can be in the measure to guarantee measures. And I think that the Constitution, the participation from the basis of mobility until the superior instances, the participations that have this type of inclusion. And I think that Glaucia will be able to say better about this, but the issue of consolidating global data that can give with the dimension here, it's very relevant because they can encourage people to have comparisons with their different ethnic or racial comparisons. And this is a mark of the transport as a vector to face racism and many forms of discrimination, the consolidation of this as a political line, as a strategy, as a horizon for this period. Well, these are the things that through which that I defend, and I think that we can dialogue to advance in this sense. I just would like to put one good practice here, because Santo André launched recently a reference term for to put more women in the public transport in the operational area, and among other things. So Santo André is a city that is bringing a revolution practically, because we do not see this or any innovation, or in fact bringing a equitable regard and bringing more women to the transport sector, facing the issue of inequality that we have in this number that was presented here, just to put here a good practice for those who want to look for it. Well, I have 2 points here that I think we could talk about. One is about the issue of communication and understanding the importance of this consideration of race and gender when we are talking about speed, when we are talking about motorcyclists. So Professor Ricardo Silva from Unifesp, that in his dissertation he talked about the speed of motorcyclists and showed that speed that a motorcyclist runs is not through his will, is an imposition of society, be by the type of work that he has since or that he lives far. So when we say that they are running and risking themselves, they're doing this possibly due to another imposition. So I think that like we saw here, that we have a system of cars that kill, and these cars are conducted by white men, mostly due to the lack of statistics. We know that most of the people that drive are of white family, like Adriana said, and most of them are men. So we concluded that they're white men, and most Black people dying, of course, in motorcyclists. So this issue of communication, for us to understand, to communicate differently the issue of speed, and for the part of the motorcyclists, using gender and race again, I think it's very important in this conduction. And another thing complementing here is that about the indicators, we need to have indicators of gender, race for all actions that we're going to do. Not that we know this is going to be make a difference, but if we do not collect this data, we cannot do the analysis. So consider this in the indicators, the total indicators of penetrans and other fronts. So thank you very much. So I think that we have many reflections here and a rich discussion in relation to how we can work, discuss the issue of road safety, the planning of transport, thinking about the issue of inclusion. We focused more in the issue of gender and race, but with this theme, thinking about saving all of these lives, which lives that most of the times we cannot see. We have some black spots there, be it by a bias that we have, be it by some reasons, I don't know. And how can we want here in this meeting to discuss in the next steps to be having a greater inclusion, thinking with this change in the perspective to think some actions, because this theme of gender with this intersection in relation to race, it could be discussed in all the panels and how we can discuss this. And actually, this is a first opportunity to debate in relation to this. And then I would like to hear questions. I think that we have some questions, some issues here. Thank you very much. Yes, yes, we have them. If you allow me, I would like to take the chance, the great exposure from Adriana, and when you talk that the environment must make the possibility to amplify the hearings, to hear things. I'd like to remember you for those who were in the conference of Stockholm in February 2020. This was one of the greatest gains, advancements, because the community asked that to amplify this. And I feel two emblematic examples that I saw. The exposure, let's say, the reaffirming of the coalition of youth. This is a fantastic movement that consolidated itself with all of these elements of diversity that we talked about. And the second one was to include these components, the equity, in the resolution that took long to go out. And during the discussions from the final text of the resolution, it's not this issue of equity, gender, no, no, no. Until that in the 30th of August, the resolution for the General Assembly was approved, including the issue that you are discussing in this panel. So it's a great space that was given, that amplifies itself, but needs to be amplified more. The document that's going to leave this time is different. Like it was said before, it's the first time in this decade, because the second one did not have, they're going to have a different meeting, a high-level meeting, where we hope to have the compromise of governments, the society, and all of the stakeholders in the declaration that needs to affirm again this plural space. And more two things that I would like to remember, for you to explore the fund for the United Nations that finances many projects in Brazil, like it was said before. In the first call, public call, one of the issues were this one, mainly equity and how the government saw this component within this project, particularly in the issue of equity and also the distribution of gender and race. They wanted to know, for example, how many female agents were part of the personnel of Detran. We created
nós criamos uma estrutura
a structure of operation fiscalizing only for women. We have a specific group for operations only for female. And the last point here, I think it's important. It is a reflection, a reference that I know for a person that is that took this action, and I was very happy because I had the opportunity to know very superficially the project from Ethiopia conducted by the Ministry of Infrastructure. Dagimawiti, I don't know how to pronounce her name. You can see in the page of the fund the project from Ethiopia, released by the Infrastructure Minister of Transport, actually, from Ethiopia. Now this is a reference for these hearings, for thinking about these answers. This is what I wanted to complement here. We have the question here. Please. First of all, thank you very much for the panel. Every time that we hear you talk, we learn more. And we learned in a different way about the data. I am in the transport for a lot of years, and it's difficult for us to understand from the point of view, and we start to learn in improving ourselves. The NTP itself, from 10 years ago, 8 years ago, we had no, not support. We were put against the wall because our congresses were called misogynistic, because the tables they only had men, and we were invited to be a lecture by the buddies. So I think that I was able to reverse this. Our congresses now are half and half. We can compose tables, and I have a lot of to learn with you, and also with the proximity to bring the experiences from Black people in our living. I would not dare to do any kind of remark of construction because I would not be able to know. We need to learn more. But in the transport system, and the one that is going now necessarily has to go through a reprehension, a reorganization, a shock of management, and this is happening. It's evident that the pandemic helped a lot in this procedure because it gathered all of the actors. They had a lot of problems in the transport system, so I think that it's how we created this. And within this aspect, there are two things that I think that they are not, let's say, racism policies or gender policies, but they are economic policies. So one a long and average term, even for long term, that is inevitable for you to have this alongside the corridors of transport, that you have to have smaller distances of the systems. More than this, for you to have the houses of mixed use, residential use, but also from the point of view of social classes. And this, as a director for São Paulo, went through this plan. They're built this way, and I had an information from the architecture Carlos Leite that from 2014, the director plan from São Paulo, which was received many awards in the world, now 10,000 areas, apartments were built throughout the corridors with units towards to smaller incomes, which does not mean that they're going to be occupied by them, because you need to have a policy of adequate financing. But the organization itself of the city needs to build these possibilities to do this. Not only what, like someone said yesterday, to go back to the center, create new centrality, but throughout the corridors. In a small term, we need to reduce the price of transport for the population. It's not possible that we maintain a transport system cost paid by the passenger that pays the ticket. The transport system moves the city. It makes people to reach their destinies through many necessities. And when with more access to the physical system and the cheaper it is, you can amplify the mobility index. You can do more things throughout the day. And for a mother that needs to take their children to kindergartens and take them back, a lot of things are excellent for, and this mobility is fundamental. How do we do that? To not have to put resources for the system. The investment of those who benefit indirectly free transport system, good and of quality for the cities. Why is that? Because half of the movement in cities is motorized, is by bus, collective transport, and the other half is individual transport. So half of the GDP happens because people that use collective transport does this GDP, make this GDP. So they go to work in the offices, but they also buy these shops, they go for health, and then it's through its necessities. Well, the right of cities is only guaranteed if you have the right to locomotion in the city. So how to include the income classes? The PNDC have 90 million of occupations registered. This is a data of 2019 that I have. 30 million have the registry to labor because they have the ticket for transportation. A lot of them do not unemployed. They do not have money to pay for transport. That is why the system for financing of public transport is of social exclusion. So I would not be able to know how much this is a anti-racist policy, but if we consider that the black population is in the smaller income area, then the public transport, accessible public transport, cheaper one, and financed by the employers, by those who use cars or those who live in the subvalorized time for the transport resource to finance and buy this. I think that this is a great, I do not want to go into the discussion because I do not understand the part of gender, but I do not know this a lot. Certain situations, me and my wife, we did for a long time something that was very simple, but it supports Association for Falciform Endemic, which is practically exclusive of race, and the lack of idea will take to the death of these children, these people. And there I learned a lot. I did not learn everything. I think that we need to go through a learning, a relearning. And of course, that the more we work, the more we, let's say, provoke the institutions so that this happens, I think it's better. But we have to put 60 million of people that do not have any kind of subside for transport in a transport system that is cheaper. The index of mobility is an indicator. In a work that we did, I think you were already there, Glauci, there in a favela in the distant neighborhood in Sao Paulo about urban mobility, which is with the institution of child, was 0.7 trips per capita per day. European cities, it's 4. For Paris, it's 1.4. That is the transport system accessible physically and accessible economically produces the easiness of using the city, a right to the city. So I think that if we can have this revolution in the transport, we are having a great step for a more inclusive transport. And this is what I wanted to say.
We learn all the time. And do you want to say something, Glaucia? No, I would like to just say that it really is a learning experience that a lot of people have to have. I myself learn every day about this. It's not something natural. And sometimes it's a painful learning process. Nobody is saying that it's easy because we need to recognize ourselves and as people that are privileged or not privileged people to face situations. So it's not easy. But I would like to reinforce the importance of us considering race in these issues because we know many transport models and that consider the class and the socioeconomical situation. And because of a difficulty of updating income data and this plurality in Brazil, it's easier in terms of public policies if we face the issue of race and we are able to understand this. Because we saw in the past few decades, not that class isn't important. We have many people studying the issue of class, but nowadays we have in Brazil many people that are working informally. We have a structural form of income and class that is very difficult to deepen. And when we look at the social markers that are different for gender and race, it's much easier to understand what is happening in Brazil. So it's not that one issue is more important than the other one, but we need to, in fact, start to talk about specifically about race in this issue because it facilitates to understand the structures of the families, the researches, how people make relations in Brazil. So I would just like to make this remark. Thank you. You cited a phenomenon, a recent activity that really gives us the possibility to analyze the racial dimension in mobility, which is the pandemic, which we are still going through. We are having a rise in cases now, but in the first period of the pandemic, where we were very isolated, we experienced three simultaneous things. More, but I'm only going to cite three. The first one is that the workers that weren't able to circulate to gain income were workers and employees of some essential jobs, and the majority of them black, with some a minority white, but most of them black. And the informal workers that didn't have income that had to continue to circulate. Within the workers that were able to continue to circulate, there was a division, which was the division of the money that they get for the people that have an official, a formal contract, and the people that don't have a formal contract, who don't get the benefit to help them with the transport value. We can see the racial difference where the most white workers had these benefits and the majority of black workers didn't have this. And the majority of people in the informal market were black people. And the movement of black women in the pandemic, because these black women majorly had to leave because they are in an informal job in a sector that wasn't able to stop, or if they had to leave their house to go shopping or produce many things that they need for the house without a transport structure, without a guarantee of mobility. A third element is that, as you cited, the pandemic took mobility in a crisis process, and this crisis process amplified the number of cars and reduced the number of cars because the people that they didn't have income to be able to use the cars. So we had more people in the public transportation and more cars circulating through the cities. So there is a racial difference that was put in Adriana's presentation, where the majority of the mobility for the white population increased and decreased, and for the black population increased. So with these data, which is actually, we don't have a lot of data. The racial violence is shown in transportation and also the gender violence. So I would just like to put this data out there so we can see the gravity of the situation. I would just like to remark that it's a collective learning experience, and the proposal of this panel, of this meeting in a whole, but specifically of this panel, is that we are able to discuss and hear different perspectives and together find what is the common goal, what are we working on, what is important for us to bring to a high-level meeting, and the learning of the day-to-day basis is also very important. So we construct and collect a response to save these lives in the best way possible, thinking of of road safety. What does this mean to us as a country and as Brazil? Of course, there is an action plan of a decade, which englobes all the other countries. But what are some peculiarities from Brazil, and what Brazil are we talking about? Because there's heterogeneity that is very large in terms of cities and of living experiences, and how this mobility and transport planning makes the living in these cities better and to improve the living experience. So how the idea of this panel, we are not going to finish this discussion now because it's a very good discussion. I am not a specialist in road safety. Vitor here is a specialist. I am a specialist in human rights and gender, in inequality and discrimination. But an idea is that we can talk about, discuss, and think together about what are the possibilities and what is going to be taken to these high-level meetings and what we're going to be working on in this decade. The optimal situation would be for us to continue talking, but and think of more actions, more joint actions that we can take in relation to this. I don't know if there is any other question from the audience, maybe. Well, so thank you very much to everyone, all the debaters. It was an excellent panel. And so now I would like to ask you to go back to your seats. We are almost closing. Would you like to say a couple of words? Please go ahead. Well, this is just a gift that I wanted to give to Pajo. It's a book. It's called Mobility and Racism. It's a book that was launched last year, and we organized this together with Rafael Brigaria, and it has analytic texts, poetry, stories, and in many types of languages, and it approaches racism. It's more than 40 authors, so it's something that I would like to give as a gift to Akemi on behalf of Pajo, and it's here for everyone who is interested. It's circulating Brazil, so that's it. Well, we are almost in the closing part of the event, and now after the panel, we Glaucia, you deserve a picture with such a great panel such as this one. Yes, please go ahead. Geraldo wants to take a picture of all of you panelists, please.
Bom, então estamos quase ao final.
Well, so we are almost at the end. In this moment, I would like to call Silmara
Para que a gente possa
and Victor so that we can
dar aí o balanço final do evento.
hear the final remarks of the event, please. I would like to take the advantage, since we are having our closing remarks now, to call the closing panel of our event and to invite Nan to come back here to his chair. Daniel for the Infrastructure Ministry. Patricia for the Ministry of Health. I would like to bring our colleague, Silmara Vieira, our urban architecture and rapporteur, to give a little of a summary of what these last 2 days were.
Well, like in the morning I did, I brought the main points for the report from the last day, and we also advanced in the time. I would like to suggest for me to do specifically of the tables for today, remembering that we organized this information in 5 axes. It's not by panel. They were integrated, the information of each axis, whichever they are, the institutional one that involves the normative actions, the governance information, the communication and education, the one for participation and responsibility, social responsibility, the operational axis, and the financing axis. The panels for today, 3 tables dealt with the road infrastructure and planning of the use of land, the issue of motorcycles and the challenges and paths, and the last one, planning of transport and inclusion, mobility, gender, and race. There was still the exposure of the initiative Bloomberg in Brazil. Remembering that this meeting, the discussions, the reflections have as an objective to raise challenges and potentials related to the road safety, to point paths for the decade of action for safety in traffic. From the panels from today, we reached to the presupposition that was very strong here for the last panel, but like we say, which was raised by the previous tables, is that the transport systems are social systems. As such, they need to be inclusive. We've then alert that we have the responsibility in the second decade to advance towards this mobility, to have them, it's more inclusive. In the institutional access, it was brought the indispensability to integrate the mobility in the use of structure and their instruments and the legal instruments for the projects, highlighting the policy of security in transit, in road safety. It's not dissociated from race. We also talked about insectorial governance brought in the previous tables, adding the dimension of health of workers and the safety of workers in the theme of the traffic and the incorporation of professional councils. We also dealt with the planning to be developed with the glass for vulnerable users, highlighted in the first panels, the child population, children as vulnerable users, and we highlighted the report including through the order through a logic and coherence of the last panel as the vulnerable users, women, black people, LGBTQ plus people, poor people, people with deficiency, the planning, urban planning, to re-edit, to having the planning of to re-edit, places for centrality in the territory to potentialize the infrastructures, experience from São José dos Campos, and to concentrate in the economical activities to potentialize the mixed uses and reduce the distances and the time of exposure that was highlighted as a risk factor. The importance of mobility policies that contemplate the intersectoriality, gender, race, age, deficiency, disability, as a perspective with the perspective of equity. We also put here as a highlight within this logic of intersectorial policies that the planning of mobility needs to understand that men and women have pattern standards and different necessities, and that must be contemplated, these different standards in the transport system. And given as an example the reality from the displacement of women that involve their dynamics in their day-to-day basis of responsibility with care. I think that an example given here by Antonio de Alagoas was the mother taking the child in a motorcycle to go to a doctor at night. So this regard of mobility about this condition of the woman in her role as a caretaker. When we talked about the importance of having indicators that consider gender and race to change the paradigms to bring answers to those who have been silenced in the public policies of mobility, or the issues that have been silenced, like the death of women, black people, poor people, and the mobility systems. And the statistics are general, and it was highlighted in this last panel, the importance of having this marked within the indicators to guarantee the participation with equity, gender, race, class in the spaces to formulate and decide and decision, like it was brought in the last panel, to know the data, like these social markers, would enable for us to know our biases, but not militarily to surpass them. That's why it is important to have the participation with equity within the planning spaces and decision-making around mobility. To plan mobility in an inclusive way so that poor people, which are the most vulnerable, are protected, because they are those who expose themselves more doing displacements by foot into long distance. So going from to pass from an institution that is racist, that excludes people, and now that is anti-racist and now inclusive, to the planning that deals with equity for the use of space through a transport mode, but also through the profile, socio-economical profile, and then highlight the issue of the city, like the story of meeting and mobility as a way to guarantee this meeting and this connection. So the policies of price of transport, this was put as the exclusion policies of the population, the poor population within this meeting, dealt with the possibility to reduce the costs of the transport users to circulate with more possibilities in the city. Proposed to work specific policies that are anti-racist for the sector, changing indicators of criteria of income for the quality of mobility, to take care of the time for the circulation of vehicles and mechanisms of safety of vehicles that do the transport the greatest distances, which have most of the time they transport the people from the slums. So the highlight for the inclusive transport with equity to be a criteria for safer transport, and an important message to take to the UN, the proposal to define goals that are quantifiable to implement the security and mobility of the Black population, of women, of the LGBTQ plus population, be it in the transport and active mobility. In relation to the communication and education, we highlighted the assumptions, the false assumptions that all the users have 100% of the technical knowledge about the rules and the language of the road safety. The communication and the projects and the education programs must consider that great part of them does not know this language, or do not have this understanding, or do not have this perception about the information of road safety, to work to do the educative works about the risk factors, mainly the motorcyclists in cities in the interior part of the country that do the displacement due to other services, the attention to the reference for the use of spaces in the road safety that live in the slums, peripheral areas, or in the slums, or in socioeconomic conditions, and to understand the problems of communication. This said by the panel that the populations that live in bad conditions also use these urban spaces in a way to not correspond to the language of security. We included the curriculums for training and that qualify the regard and projective aligned with the road safety. We highlighted the professional training. We do not have knowledge about road safety, so urban projects that involve space where the circulation, non-qualified circulation happens, to use the infrastructure to change the behavior of user as a priority way in the vulnerable users, and understanding that the user, the real user, he reacts to the infrastructure, changes his behavior with an infrastructure that is favorable for his safety and non-favorable to his safety, to face the child of the modernity related to the asphalt and vehicular fleet, set as a paradigm for a small and average city, and all of them want to have more cars. So the small city wants to be an average city, the average city wants to be a big one. So they need to face these issues, and all of them want to have a lot of cars. To have clear in the educative procedures and informative ones of planning that the issue of the bike accidents goes beyond the motorcycles, and that involves issues of employment, income, the absence of school transport, for example, the collective transports and other services, to understand the dimension of race, gender, to understand the educative issues, the formation of professionals in the camp, the field of mobility, aligning in such a way that they can projects align to the understanding of these people and the social marks, and also the professional necessity of those who are in the road safety area to understand the impacts of the different social markers in the conditions of road safety, to participation and responsibility, social responsibility, the involvement of the council to qualify the execution and the projects that have an impact in road safety, the professional councils related to the area, and the involvement of the company to guarantee the conditions and to assure to their workers, which are conductors, especially those who are motorcyclists. So equipment of safety, the involvement of the companies in the procedure of hiring, guarantee the safety of these workers, the importance of not only to criminalize the person that subverts the norms of law, not by choice, but by the socioeconomical issues that were already put in the previous items, and work with this population that transgresses not only by option, but the lack of option, that to work the perception of risk, which is not sufficient, but it is important to strengthen the strategies of training, a raise awareness in relation to the racial part, and to break the omission and connivance with mobility of each quality. Mobility for the population, for the slums, for the poor people, for the population, Black people, that is given as a mobility that can have any kind of quality. We need to face this because it needs to have the quality and the security parts for them. So to understand that the system focused in cars, this is a system that are excluding most of the population, and institutes instances to formulate and deliberate with regularity, with the participation, with equity of race, gender, and class, institute policies that consider the cost of gender, referring to the case of those who suffer injuries due to crashes, costs that befall women in their social role of caretakers. So in the operational part, we highlighted the importance of the procedure of data collection and analysis of the situation of crashes, and understand the context of the crash, so that there is an effective intervention in that space, to go beyond the emphasis in the adequation of speed around schools. It is important to amplify this understanding around schools for the placement, the displacement that they do, to guarantee the safe space for them to go through these places. So associate to the component of traffic education that deals about knowing to go through the crosswalks to safe places, and associate this procedure to the component of education, the road interventions that enable in the education of traffic to be applied in this road structure, Now, still talking about around the schools, to map and diagnose the conditions of the roads so that there is an assertiveness in the improvement to reduce the exposures of users, mainly those who are vulnerable, through the interventions for the use of land, and developed in such a way that every place around cities and schools are a five-star place in relation to security, to intervene spaces in case of road safety, to reduce inequality, and as a component to promote equity, gender equality for race, age, gender in these spaces, and to work structures, road structures that have the capacity to protect these vulnerable people. Here we are talking about the children that in the last panel we amplify for the issue of gender, race, and class. Lastly, financing, we have small points. They were the last panel, first panels to condition financing for the issue of the road part system for projects that meet to explicit rules of road safety, both in the urban dimension as in the integrated one, complete streets, including the social markers, integrate the authorities. Integrate to the procedures of financing, auditing of projects of works in such a way to guarantee that they correspond to the criteria of safety effectively, both in their conception and in their execution. And more than orienter marks to institute devices to normatize and inspect and sanction projects and works that do not meet the standards of road safety, financing for review, the instruments of planning in an articulated way for the urban issues, the use of land, mobility infrastructure, to have financing lines that do a review of these instruments of planning, urban planning, infrastructure, and mobility already under this new regard of road safety. And lastly, from the tables, there was this reflection that security measures, road security measures that contemplate actions that save lives need to have clear the social markers so that these measures save lives and not certain lives in the detriment of others. Now I finished the report. Thank you very much.
Que relatoria essa?
What a great summary, Silmar. Thank you very much. It's a gift. So now I will pass the floor to the director to have some closing remarks. Please, Danielle, go ahead. Thank you very much, Vitor. Good afternoon to all. I would like to, as a closing, trying to be brief, I would like to congratulate you, Vitor, for the organizing of this event and also the Pan American Organization of Health for this event. I thought it was very rich, all the debates, all the panels, and the practices that we could follow and experience in these past few days. I think that this shines a light on the challenge that we have to bring security and safety to the Brazilian traffic, but also it shows us that we have a defined path, a defined strategy, and that we have the conditions to advance and to save lives in traffic. This is one of the shifts in paradigms that we've proposed, which is to not only count the deaths, but also to put value in the lives. And we want to, until 2028, save 85,000 lives. And so I feel as much as when we came back from Stockholm full of hope, full of will, goodwill, and since then we've been constructing this dialogue, and suddenly something like COVID-19 appears that makes it impossible for us to continue in the best way possible. We did advance, we continued to have a dialogue and to talk, but through the computer screen. And now, after all this time, we have the opportunity to be here together in a very high-level event discussing and making our advance possible. So I would like to congratulate you and thank you for the opportunity to be here with Patricia as an ally for our policies and actions. It's very important because, in fact, what we propose and what Penatrans proposes is a union of efforts. And this union of efforts is between the agencies of the government, the federal government, the state and municipal government, and the private sector as well, and society in general, and with the international community. So I also would like to thank Mr. Nantran, who is here with us, giving his support and to Brazil in this issue of road safety, and also Mats, who is here. Thank you very much for your support. I would also like to thank the Bloomberg initiatives who without them we would never be able to advance as much as we can. And part of the team that is working here with us is here with the initiative Bloomberg and with all these other issues as well that we are advancing in. So I would like to thank everyone here, everyone that has been participating presentially or remotely. We are all part of the same team. We are all part of this union of efforts. And as our motto says, let's go on and continue together to save lives. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Daniel. I would like now to pass the floor to our substitute director, Patricia, for her final remarks before our closing. I would like to thank you for this event, for your effort you've made, and thank you for, in the name of Director Socorro as well, and Dr. Elise, for this event that was developed, as I said, with this offer of a space that was very rich for us, as was said before, so that I learned a lot. I've been learning a lot, and it's a theme where which I've seen recently, but which calls me these institutional challenges, professional and personal challenges as well, and I think everyone faces these or is facing them still. I would like to highlight and say that our universal healthcare system and the experience, which is a very inclusive system, which is for everyone, that we might expand this and bring this experience and this vision to mobility as well, and for road safety. And the Ministry of Health is in efforts to bring this agenda. I believe that this institutional approximation is very rich, and we are going to continue this. We are going to discuss, we are going to get closer, because only with efforts, as Daniel said, only with the joint efforts are we able to reach all our goals and save lives, as was transmitted as a message of this event from everybody here. I would also like to say that we have a challenge. We see this possibility to expand this issue of road safety also to policies, to expand to other policies, and to bring, for example, the promotion of health and the prevention of chronic illnesses and non-transmittable, non-communicable diseases is also something that needs to be considered, because in this safe city and a sustainable mobility, all this discussion of inclusion, which is a social issue, as was said, it depends on, it englobes all life, and of the lives that are impacted through the safe roads, and you have a space where you can have physical activities and where you have spaces to reduce your stress and the day-to-day. This is what is shown to us. So we also like to expand to other areas of knowledge and other public health problems that can be positively impacted if we are able to improve everything that we've been discussing at this event. So I would like to thank you on behalf of our Secretary Arnaldo, who was not able to be here because he had an external commitment, Dr. Giovanni França, who is our director of the department, who would also be here, but unfortunately has COVID-19 right now. So on behalf of them, I would like to finish my remarks and thank you very much for the offer that you could give us and the opportunity to get to know you and to learn and to be able to contribute as a health agent in the discussion and this intersection of the that we wait for and expect. Thank you very much for your words, Patricia. Now I would like to pass the floor to our colleague Nan Tran.
I think this has been an extremely wonderful discussion over the last 2 days, and I personally feel very enriched having been part of these discussions and this conversation. And I think it's also been extremely inspiring for me as well, because I think we have seen and heard from colleagues at the city level, the provinces, the experiences of what is actually possible when the expertise, when the knowledge, when the evidence, and when the resources are combined with true collaboration and partnership. And we've seen that when that formula comes together, that we are able to achieve success and we are able to actually achieve the goals that we've set out. So from that perspective, I think it's very clear what is possible. And it's quite inspiring to be to hear that. I think that we've also really seen a coming together of not only the transport infrastructure, but health. But in the last day, I think we've also seen the coming together of different partners. And I think it's exciting that as we're talking about road safety and mobility, we're now bringing in human rights and social welfare, equity. Those are such important themes. And the fact that we're now able to have this conversation together is an important step forward. And I can only say that if at the end of this month, the conversations in New York at the high-level meeting go as well as they have, and that the conversations are as rich as they have been in the last 2 days, I can speak for myself and say that I would personally be more than happy. So I think that once again, Brazil has demonstrated that it is a leader in this space and that you are forward thinking. And I hope that this forward thinking, this progressive thinking that you have will be shared at the high level meeting and that these experiences will actually benefit other countries around the world. So from that perspective, I'm extremely grateful to have been part of these discussions. And on behalf of PAHO and the WHO, I would like to also extend my sincere thanks and appreciation to all of you for the time and effort that you have committed to having in these discussions, and to the time and effort that you will continue to commit to the preparations for the high level, but also in ensuring that the goals that we have set will be implemented. So it's been a real privilege to be part of these discussions. And I want to also add that from the perspective of PAHO and WHO, we are really partners. We look at ourselves as partners in this process. We are there to support you, but we're also there to learn from you and to take these experiences forward. So we stand ready to work with you. We're ready to roll up our sleeves and do whatever it takes to ensure that these goals are met. And I finally just wanted to acknowledge Victor and the team from PAHO for the tremendous organization that has been required to putting this meeting together. I know it hasn't been easy, certainly with COVID and all of the changes, but I think that all of us will agree that this has been a wonderful meeting, and I wanted to personally congratulate you and thank you for that, Victor and colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, and with these closing remarks, the first thing that I would like to say that with all these compliments that have been made, I would like to remind that It makes it seem as if I did all of this alone, but I didn't. I had a team of people that helped us in the entire process, and now it's up to me to have the challenging task of thanking everyone, which is always difficult. There's always that challenge of remembering everyone, Patricia, and not to forget those ones that are the most obvious ones, but I'm not going to run from this challenge. So I'm going to begin by thanking again the support of our colleagues from the WHO and the Bloomberg Initiative, the support that we had from our counterparts in the Ministry of Health, especially Patricia and Paul, Otávio, Daila, our counterparts in the Ministry of Infrastructure, especially Everaldo, Danielle, Marcela, Rosângela, and obviously Secretary Frederico, who was here with us. I would like to also thank the professionals from the public management agencies, from transport, and the scholars, members of the professional associations, of the non-governmental organizations, the specialists, and everyone who were here, and those ones who were with us online as well. I would also like to salute and thank everyone, all the panelists, moderators, our rapporteur, and especially those who left their cities and dedicated not only their time, but also the preparations that they had to contribute to these panels. I would also like to remember and thank you for your patience that you had with me, all the panelists and moderators, for the things that I insisted on, all the little changes that we had to make. Thank you very much for your patience and your comprehension. I would also like to thank Dr. Socorro Grossa, representative of the Pan American Health Organization in Brazil, for the confidence and support for this theme, the subject of traffic. Among all the other issues that an organization such as ours has, you can imagine that in a period such as this one that we are living through in these past few years, we have many. I would also like to thank my team of collaborators here from Pajo in Brazil, Diogo, Katia, Cassiane, Akimi, who has been with us here today and took this challenge, our communication area here in Brasilia, in Washington, our technical staff, the interpreters, and everyone that was here in the general services, that were working with Lidomar, who probably are hearing us up there. And a very special thank you to Dr. Elisa Prieto, our coordinator from the unit, who had an unconditional support in each stage of the organization of this event. From the architecture of the panel to the basic logistics, we have been working together, making tags, among others. And exactly one day before this event started, she was diagnosed, or her husband was diagnosed with COVID and wasn't able to be here with us enjoying this event for which she collaborated so much on. And this gave me an idea of something that symbolizes that she helped me up until here, and from now on it was up to me. And I would also like to thank you for all the compliments that we've received and also the critiques that we received. They will all be considered and pondered because of the event, of its limitations, and what was permitted by it, and also to consider the opportunities and the availability and the disposition that sometimes limited the participation of so many others that could have been here. Let's remember as well that this is only one event that we hope inspires others so that we can fill in the blanks to be approached in other meetings and workshops and forums, and that this is our function and our disposition here. Also hard to not remember in this time. I remembered that in the first presentation done by Mats, which brought the global report from 2004. I remember in 2004, I was sitting right where Bruno is sitting right now as a technical advisor for Denatran, accompanying my colleague back then, Eugênia Rodrigues. And here, where Nan is now, was Etienne Cro. And I remember as I heard them bringing the theme as was brought here, I was sure at that moment, this is the place where I have to work. This is the theme that I have to work. So it's the time of the things, and we have time for more meetings such as this one, and I hope this one is just the first one of many. So with that, I would like to thank everyone. I wish everyone a great trip back, and I invite everyone for a closing cocktail. Thank you very much, everyone.
Oi, pessoal, boa tarde. O Branco deu uma sugestão que eu achei super interessante de a gente tirar uma foto do grupo, né? Acho que a gente